Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Castle Combe Circuit. We're live. It's the start of the 2023 season. Welcome, everybody that's joining, whether you're watching on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. It's even gone out live on Twitter, which is a new addition this year. It's a very fluid setup we've got today because it's a whole day of testing for the guys. We've got media here doing whatever they want to do with photos. There's currently a media briefing going on in what is going to become my interview room. They've accosted that at the moment. And we will literally be having interviews during the course of the whole day with drivers, obviously, with maybe team bosses, mechanics, who knows. Get to talk about their season ahead, their preparations, what they're going to be doing this year, their sponsors. They can talk about their sponsors, anything like that. Lots of short, sharp interviews during the course of the day. And we're going to have a variety of other interviews as well. We've got the likes of Piero, who is the general manager now at Castle Combe Circuit. Opportunity to catch up with him and listen to all the different plans for the year. And we will catch up with who else we got. Steve Weston, who's moved from competitions director for the racing club over to circuit manager for the track manager for Castle Combe Circuit. Ian Danaher, that has taken his place and is going to be the competitions director for the racing club. We've got, oh goodness me, I'll probably catch up with Les. I know you'll love Les catching up on the camera to see what sort of projects he's been working on during the course of the winter. And all sorts of, we got some officials to get lines from their side. We've got some of the coordinators. We've got various announcements, I'm sure, that will happen during the course of the day. It's to really bring everything to life. Let's catch up. Let's the starter pistol for the season. And it does start with, the cars have been out since 9 o'clock. And the Formula Fords are out now. It's basically cyclical every hour. Now, what will happen is that I've got a static camera that is set up pointing at Camp Corner. You just saw that a moment ago. That will be on in between our interviews, just so that we've got something that you can see and some ambient noise, all that kind of stuff. And then as soon as I've got someone in my studio, which is down in the garage in the Strawford Centre, so anybody that's here and fancies a catch-up for an interview, make yourself known. If I'm not with somebody, then we'll get you in the hot seat and we'll catch up on how your winter's been, how the new season's looking, all of that sort of stuff. But as soon as that pops up, we'll establish who it is and catch up with them and have some fun getting the season started. But that's the plan for the day. All sorts of guests. No one knows what's going to happen. The theory is we'll be live until this day finishes at 4 p.m. Wish me luck. But who knows? It'll go for as long as we've got plenty of people here to catch up with. And as I say, able to watch it in a whole host of different locations. Get your comments, get your questions in as well, because I can see them and we can put them up on the screen. He says that. Am I able to do it from... so my old mate Stacey Woodhouse from school days. Welcome, mate. Calling me Christopher. That's normally what it is if I'm in trouble, but I don't think I'm in trouble this time. Philip, watching on YouTube, says, any live race live streams from Castle Combe this year? Not planned at the moment. The reality is that everybody comes in here at Castle Combe. We're blessed with high spectator numbers, in all honesty. And that's more likely to be staying the situation at the moment. Watch this space. Piero's on board, and there's all sorts of discussions of things that could happen in due course. So you never know. Watch this space, all sorts of things, but not at the moment. Don't forget, though, one of the legacies of what we did during lockdown, when nobody could be here to come and watch the racing, is that TSL broadcast the commentary. So if you go onto the tsl-timing.com and you go to the event that's going on at Castle Combe and see the timings and the positions, etc., you press play at the bottom and you'll be able to hear the commentary team playing out for you as well at that point. Emma Strawford says, morning, guys. Have a great day. Thanks, Em. You have a good day and safe travels. Enjoy Iceland. Very jealous. You have a wonderful time. Thank you for the comments coming in. Mary Ward, that's multiple champion, class champion, Nathan Ward's mum. Morning, Chris. Have a great day. Thanks, Mary. Hope you're well. I don't know whether you're here or not. I've seen Nathan here, but I'm not sure whether you're here. But thank you very much for that. Castle Combe Racing Club themselves. Hey, you're down there. So I'm waving to you here. So welcome to Castle Combe Racing Club. We've got Kat and Shell down there as well. We were just doing the media briefing to sort of like update the media personnel on different bits and pieces. Ken Davis did his bit from the perspective of the racing club. Piero is just updating them on the circuit things. I have to tell you, so many exciting plans. Don't rock up here and think everything's suddenly been done, but there is so many incredibly exciting things that are going to happen over the next 5 years. You know, some will be quicker than others, but there's a whole 5-year plan that is just mind-blowing, and I can't say really any more than that. It just is going to really, really go places. I absolutely love this. Ben Hindle says, good morning, Chris. And he also says, have fun, everyone. Ben, gutted that you're not here, mate. I saw your post about, I think it was the turbo in your van has gone. I presume that's not what you were taking out on circuit. Never know with you guys. You'll take anything out, wouldn't you? But as far as I'm aware, it just means you couldn't tow your car here. So gutted that you're not here, mate. And hopefully see you in due course. One of the Mighty Orange Army, Chris Rea. Not that one. Hello, Chris. Great to see you here, mate. Thank you very much. Dave Luck says, morning, Chris, watching from Silverstone. Okay, from memory, what's that? Is that BRSCC meet? I think it is that's over there. They've got the racing started already. Weren't the first ones, unbelievably. We had Classic Sports Car Club had a meeting last month, I think it was, wasn't it? Was it in February? Absolutely incredible and a great way to get it going. Chris Mason, morning, Mr. Dawes. Coffee is on. Be right there, especially if it's Irish, mate. You know me. I'll be right there, like a rat up a drain pipe. Talking of which, I've not got any gin on the go, you'll notice. I'm out and about. People are able to see Combe TV happen live and for real down in the studio down there. So it's a very different setup that we've got going on here. But coffee, keep me going for the whole days, will be much appreciated. Thank you for all your work. Chris Mason, obviously, down there on the medical side of things. Nick Davis says, morning, Chris. Was Racing here today. So Was Racing are here. Where are you? I'm looking over. Incidentally, let me see. I think I've got to remember how to do this now. Settings, camera. I'm doing this bit on a mobile phone, but you see that we've got a lot of the teams and drivers are here getting ready. I'm going to bring you back to me now. It's basically we roll as you got the single-seaters out and the GTs out, which, by the way, if any GT drivers are watching and didn't come to the media day last year and assume they couldn't come this year, inaccurate, because we've been able to increase the decibel level for this day, just the one day only, so that the GT cars can come to media day. So next year, when we do the 2024 media day, get yourselves down here. As far as the test day goes, I think it's very cost effective. And we are able to launch things. And you see, we're doing bits like this where you can talk about your season, talk about your sponsors, all those kind of things. So a great opportunity to launch not just everything that the circuit and the racing club are doing, but everything you're doing and any shout outs that you want to do. Dave Baggy Malpass, hello, mate. Hi, guys. Hope you have a great day. Looking forward to the start of the season. Dilly, dilly. Dilly, dilly indeed, my friend. Good to hear that, mate. That's just suddenly perked me up. A good dilly, dilly. That gets us going, doesn't it? Papa Parr, Chris Parr says, good morning, Chris. Good to see you've got the sunshine. We have, mate. I'm worried about my skin-coloured highlights. I might lose my skin-coloured highlights at this rate, but sunstroke, here we come. That's how you disguise a hangover, by the way, if anybody wants a tip. You say you got sunstroke, so there you go. A man who probably knows that is in watching, Brian Preble. Hello, mate. Good morning, Chris. Hello, sir. Now, I'm not sure whether the Prebles are here. I've not had a chance to wander around with setting everything up, so don't know, in all honesty, but hopefully those guys are here. If not, we'll see at the beginning of the season. I know they've done a lot of work on Adam's car. Gary's got all sorts on the go as ever, and I think we are seeing him back for a whole season in the saloons again this year, which would be great, but we'll wait and see how that one goes. But Brian, therefore, will be on, cheering his boys on, I have no doubt. Not sure, you sunning yourself at the moment, Brian? I don't blame you. You know, it's still sort of in that winter at the minute. James Rees says, what date is this year's JDM Combe? Ooh, I can't remember the answer to that off the top of my head. I should know because I'm on the mic hosting that one. But I've forgotten what date that is. It's in the summer, isn't it? But if you go to castlecombecircuit.co.uk, and all of the dates are up there for all of the action days. So jump up there, James, and you'll be able to see, mate. And if you do go to that, I'll see you there probably, because as I say, I'll be wandering around on the microphone. So I'm going to pop that now for a little while back to the circuit cam. It's not. I'm not suddenly streaming here. It's a static cam looking at the last corner with ambient noise, and you'll be able to just see and hear and get yourself in the mood and know that it means that an interview will be incoming fairly soon. But for now, keep your comments, keep your questions coming in. I'll see them when I'm looking at the screen again. And I'm constantly, you know what it's like, you drivers and everyone else, you're like herding cats at the best of times. So that's what I'm going to be doing now, is herding cats and getting them all in. Going out on track now is the classic minis, the mighty minis, and the super mighty minis are making their way out for their test now. So let me change cam and I'll be back in with you all a little bit later. Stay watching, catch up with everything that happens during the course of the day, and I'll see you later. I did mean to also say, as you see there, that Castle Combe Racing Club posting, there is a simulator in the garage of the Strawford Centre as well. Wiltshire College are here, obviously running cars again this year. I think it's the 5 or 7, I can't remember, that they're running. They are here, and in the Strawford Centre garage, we have a simulator that you can jump in. It is actually a Westfield-looking car, you can jump in, and it's got the big screen in front of it, pedals, steering wheel, everything. It's just making out that they've just reinvented the wheel, but you know what I mean. Get yourself down there and jump in the simulator. And morning, Sav. Good to hear from you, mate. I'll catch up with you later. And here we are, down at the studio where I'll be interviewing. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to very quickly grab a word with this man. Come round here, mate. Got Marcus Pye here. We're live on Combe TV. Hello, mate. Good to see you. This genuinely is catching up for the first time today, isn't it? We were about to sort of catch up. Yeah, true. Very, very true. So, Marcus, I mean, welcome to the circuit. The lovely media day. Don't you like that they do this now? A starter pistol.
Very much so. It's a good shoe into the season ahead, and I think that is since 1967. I'm going to go away, and the sun is shining. So,
I know, isn't it? Just
all cool.
I just launched up behind our commentary box at the top there, and the people were going like, "Oh, glad to see it's nice and sunny there," and it's like, "So are we."
Hope you didn't launch something.
Not yet. See how the day goes.
I remember Formula 4 driver Rob Sura, Canadian guy, trying to hang glide off the top of the pits at Brands Hatch 1 year. It's not that much. No. It worked terribly well.
No, I can't imagine it did. But you guys have just sat through the media briefing with Ken Davis, who's sort of launched from the racing club.
It's probably too. And his 5-year plan is all very positive.
It's really exciting. Bits, as I said earlier, bits will be revealed as the year and the years go by, because these things can't happen, in an instant, can they?
No, absolutely not. And you've got to plan ahead, as Ken was saying, as Ken Davis was saying. Motor racing, unfortunately, is a very cyclical beast.
Yeah.
And what works 1 year may not work the next.
Absolutely right. I mean, that's the key thing. I'm just catching up as well on the. Just making sure there wasn't any questions. Anybody's got any questions for Marcus, jump in, but you won't have him for too long. But what's your plans today then, Marcus?
Well, I'm just here to have a look around and catch up with one of the local competitors, see what's new, what's coming out for the first time, or what's in the new livery. Maybe there's a new sponsor or new specification of a car to help with some of the write-ups I do after the meetings for the club.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm doing some commentating with you during the season. First year with Howard's Day, which is always a great favourite. Yeah. And it's an opportunity to remember the gentleman who I always refer to as the circuit saviour.
Well, and I do, even when I'm here hosting like the racing schools, I always sort of talk about him being my hero. I grew up 20 minutes down the road, and he created the amazing we have here. Took it from, what did he have? Something like 5 events a year probably when he first took it over.
It was struggling, wasn't it?
Absolutely. So I mean, there's something going on here, like well in excess of 200 days, possibly over 300 days a year now.
On a campus like this, it's exactly
No, exactly right. I mean, we know that our passion is those race meetings, but sure. You've got the racing school, you've got all sorts of experiences here, you've got test days, track days, action days. A lot of filming goes on here as well, of course, whether it's for Top Gear, Fifth Gear, Guy Martin, another crazy world record attempt or something daft like that. And what was it? Yesterday I was popped up here, and I think we had Morgan were here with cars out on that. So it brings together like the car clubs and bits and pieces. So you and I both absolutely adore this place. And still, I don't know about you, but still get that feeling as you drive in.
Yes. Always a buzz as you come to Castle. Came through Yannick this morning. I noticed that someone's doctored the sign. It doesn't say Ken's Bottom anymore, it says Ken's Bottom.
Yeah, I thought it was something Ken needed.
I didn't stop.
No. I bottled because I didn't know you would like it. So yes, I sort of thought, no, I best not do that one. But it just feels good. And it's not finished yet, but you will see it when you start coming here, is that they're in the throes of creating a whole new entrance into the paddock here as well, aren't they? You've seen that they've sort of got rid of the foliage. And
what are you going to have? Roman pillars? And
they are building a wall.
Some chariots.
Yeah, they're building walls to come in and a proper gate and everything. I mean, it's going to be... And it's great because it's that thing that's needed, that first impression, isn't it?
Moving into the 21st century.
Absolutely. Yeah. So much going on. Not even scratched the surface of the plans, but you and we're together Easter Monday, as you say. You're in the main box. I'm over in Old Paddock for that one. And I'm already like, especially here today, seeing them out tested, I'm like, let's get going.
It's brilliant seeing some of the GTs this morning, the Porsches and the Genettas with the big Chevys in them. Absolutely fascinating. The Formula Fords,
Yes.
and the saloons here as well. So there's a really good mix in the paddock.
There is. And I think it will grow because let's not lose sight of the fact it's only the second time we've done a media day. I think it used to be done many moons ago.
Yes. Yeah.
But, you know...
Many John moons ago.
Many John moons, absolutely. Hi, John. It's getting bigger now. And I think next year will be bigger again, especially as this year. We had, I was saying earlier, we had a challenge. We had a limit on the decibels. And that actually meant that a large number of the GTs weren't able to be here. Well, we managed to overcome that. And that was the racing club fought to go, you know, can we find a way to get this so that they can come out? Managed to get it agreed. There's not many of those GTs this year, but I think that's because the legacy, they couldn't last year, probably assumed they couldn't. Get here, guys. Get yourself out there, testing, media day, everything. It's just a great opportunity.
Interesting news about the GTs being 4 double headers, effectively. Single headers last year really didn't work. But again, it's on the up. GT cars are on the up. And so there's a Ferrari in the paddock. I see it's Porsches, etc. Yeah. And all looking good.
And I think, and apologies, I've got a mental block with having to set all of everything up at the minute, but it's something along the lines of, with it being a double header, you can have the same driver in both races, or you can have a different driver in both races, and it still goes towards
the cumulative points, and they kind of, both drivers score both sets of points.
Exactly. Which, you know, if you think about it, that is the same as, say, like your GT Cup and things like that. And I think there's a logic to it because that's what that genre of cars are used to. They want the track time and things like that, but maybe there's two of them that are going to share. It's not a long race where they can both race in the same race necessarily. Watch this space for future things, but at least you can get two people out, which will be good.
That's true.
Immediately I'm thinking Kevin Bird, last year's GT champion, and Chad.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can imagine they might share that Porsche.
Yeah, they have on other occasions, and they did at a recent Silverstone event, first one of the season. With another club, and very good.
I already talked about Classic Sports Car Club starting February. That was early, wasn't it?
It was, and
it was cold, I hear, as well.
It was cold, but it was sunny.
Absolutely.
And had they been the following week, it'd probably been very wet and sunny.
It's always that risk, isn't it? Always the risk. Well, listen, Marcus, thank you very much for joining us. Good to see you, my friend. We'll see you Easter Monday.
We'll see you in 10th of April, isn't it?
Yeah, what's that? 2 weeks on Monday, is it? 3 weeks on Monday?
Yep.
I've lost track now.
Something like
3 weeks on Monday, because I'm off next weekend, and then Donington the weekend after, and then we've got Easter
I've
weekend.
got Snetterton next weekend, Brands Hatch the weekend after, and then Castle Combe. So where I've been coming for 55, 56 years now, something like that.
Absolutely.
Look forward to it very much.
Fabulous. Thank you, Marcus.
Cheers.
Appreciate it.
All the best.
Cheers. Catch up with you guys a little bit later. So that's the studio down here where we're able to grab interviews with people. I keep looking at the wrong camera because my laptop monitor's here. I've got to remember I'm looking up there. And, keep the comments coming in. Great to see. We've got Tony Rochefort says, morning, Chris. Looks like a nice day there. Cloudy and drizzle in Oxon. Tony, the great news is that it is beautiful. The sun's now out. It was cloudy for a good chunk, but the sun is now out. Dan James Proctor says, on YouTube, ? The answer is yes. Castle Combe Circuit's YouTube channel and Chris Dawes Media's YouTube channel as well. And Mimi Roadrunner, great to hear from you, Mimi. Have a great day, Chris. Thank you very much. I'm going to be back in a minute because I think our next interview is going to be with Piero. I'll put you back to the circuit for now. Right, we're straight back again already because I've got a guy you haven't really seen, and you may have seen him wandering around, but possibly not known who he actually was. I meant to grab him on Combe TV last year, but this guy, I say he was busy then, he's even busier now, in all honesty. But we've got him. It's Piero, the general. I keep going to say the new general manager. I don't think we can call you the new general manager anymore.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
How long has it been now? I've lost track.
Since September.
Okay, so it's, yeah, what's that now? That's a good 6 months. Then,
yeah, 6 months into it. It's actually a short time if you think what I'm trying to achieve, you know, but I think we're making good headway. I'm thinking, yeah, we're making good headway. So, yeah, exciting times.
Let's step back for a second before we go on to the circuit and everything and talk about you. Just give everybody the opportunity to, I know you don't want to, but it's tough. I've got you in the chair. You're not escaping. First things first, that accent. Speak to me.
Man, confusing name to start off with. Was born in South Africa, grew up in South Africa, Italian family. So interesting combination there, yeah. So
how long have you been out of South Africa then?
It's now, I left 19 years ago.
Oh wow, okay.
Actually longer. Yeah, a bit longer, about 24 years.
Wow.
Out of South Africa. Never been back there, so.
You don't lose the accent though, by the time.
Unfortunately.
It's great. I love it. Okay, well, what were you doing before this? I know the answer, but teach us what were you doing?
Yeah, so my background originally started within the hospitality hotels type of sector. I was with a company based in America, setting up passenger liners effectively. So I traveled all over the world, and I met my partner. She's Slovakian. I don't speak Slovakian. She doesn't speak Italian.
That's why you get on so well.
And that's how we ended up here. So that's how we ended up here. So so I came to this country as as a director for Marriott International. And that's how I got to Bristol. And I moved on to opening up Emirates Stadium, so Arsenal Football Club. When
as a Tottenham fan, I'm not liking that.
When they moved from Highbury, you know what? A lot of people say to me, "Are you a football fan?" You don't get time to watch any football. I mean, you know. So and since then, all my roles prior to this one has been in different formats of sport. So I was the GM at Cheltenham Racecourse for a while.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, the whole horse racing, different kettle of fish. And then I dealt a lot with the Olympics, and I was based at the University of Bath for a couple of years in operations there, because we hosted all the for the Paralympics was based there.
Yeah.
So and then the role I did before coming as the ops director for Gloucester County Cricket Club, so hosting international cricket in Bristol, and which led me on to coming here.
What I've got, people might not necessarily be aware of this, but what I thought was really impressive when you joined is that you didn't come in flexing your muscles, even though you already had some ideas and thoughts, and of course they grew the more you saw, but you were wandering around speaking to people about them, about what they do, watching, listening, learning, before you even started talking to all of us. It was just absorbing everyone else and everything else first.
I think it's getting an understanding, the proverbial look under the bonnet, see what's there. And I specifically did that because before any blinkers come on, you know, to have a neutral look at the whole thing, and as in take it as an outsider, as that customer journey I always talk about, you know, how is it perceived from the outside coming in?
Yeah.
And then understanding the intricacies of the venue, you know, what it lends itself to, what's being done well, what's great, what's not that great, you know, and yes, and take it from there. So that was part of helping me form a strategy around, okay, you know, the areas we need to focus on, and then that led to where we're going to go. So yeah.
And one of the key things I know from conversations that we have is that what you sort of learned fairly quickly is there's a big chunk of history. Obviously, here there's a lot of nostalgia with this place, but for it to survive and thrive, it has to move. We can't fully stand still, but whilst still nodding, acknowledging, and incorporating as much of the history and tradition as we possibly can.
Yes, I think grassroots racing, I think there's huge scope for it. I think we can do a lot in terms of developing and bringing new focus on especially racing and the development of new people. We're in a good space there, having some really interesting conversations with people. And as a tradition, I think the circuit should maintain that, and we need to build and nurture that. But as you said, nostalgia is a great thing, but it's not always commercially viable.
Yeah.
And it's how do I marry those two up, and not lose the identity, you know?
Yeah.
Well, identity is that's a whole different kettle of fish.
Well, there it is. That the phrase that I often go to as well is not throwing baby out with the water. You know,
Exactly.
Which is the challenging task you got now. You know, you then really rolled your sleeves up, and you know, what I think you originally were hoping was a 10-year plan, and it very rapidly became a 5-year plan, didn't it?
Yeah, circumstances. So I kind of set out a 10-year, let's call it a vision plan or concept plan development, including, you know, infrastructure development and looking at diversifying income streams. So apart from just the action days and the race meetings, you know, and the track days we do, how do we diversify income streams for the business, that type of thing. Very quickly, it became apparent that, and I was working on this ideal 10-year period, but it just happened that things fell in place so quickly that one of the things on that card was the whole rebranding piece. You know, how do we establish the new look and feel of what our aspirations and our future visions look like? How do we embed that? So I had something like rebranding on the cards for 3-4 years from now. But as things happened with all the review and financial reviews and looking at pricing structures, pricing matrices, how do we compare with other circuit? You know, what do we offer? And we're in the process of modifying all our processes, going digital. Well, that kind of brought the whole rebranding thing forward, you know.
Yeah.
So it would have been too costly exercise to do it later, because like the new website that's been developed the last year, you know, it just didn't make commercially sense to then in 2 years come back and redo it all because you're now rebranding. So it pulled it all back. So yeah, we're now at a stage where we're looking at 5 years. So
That's amazing.
So yeah, so a bit of pressure there.
And I think a key one there is that stay tuned to Combe TV, as well as your usual outlets for any news and announcements. But we, you know, as and when things happen, things are able to be announced. You know me, as I can tease little bits and pieces here and there. This man's worried about what I might talk about in due course. But, you know, it's just as these things evolve, I know some of the things that are being discussed, but it's like going, well, I'm not going to talk about them while they're just being discussed. All I can tell you, you know, cut me in half and I bleed Castle Combe. As a 5-year-old at Quarry Corner is when I fell in love, and that passion still exists to this very day, as you know. I'm incredibly excited. Just be patient. Not everything happens instantly, but the drip feed of all these things that are going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, one of my fears was I haven't gone out with very specifics, and especially on the social media side, but kind of alluding to things are happening, things are changing, which they are. And it is my hope that, and the reason why I'm not doing it is that so that when the season opens and people start coming to the circuit, hopefully then that penny will drop and they will notice, okay, you know, there are things a little bit different, or things are changing and things are happening, you know. And yes, I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day. So, yeah, I think that's key for me, that people, when they arrive here, notice and see a change starting to happen.
And more changes happening over time, which I guess is such a logical thing that the rebranding has happened, because it makes people instantly know, right, there is a process happening here. It's really exciting. One of the things I'm pretty sure I am able to talk about, either that or I'm about to get in a whole load of trouble, is the shop. That, and you showed me yesterday where it is already, and as far as you're concerned, that's going to be ready to go for the Spring Action Day, which is in 2 weeks today. Completely redone the whole of the inside, that re-walled. It's going to have graphics everywhere, but the what's in it is going to be changing dramatically as well.
I think one of the things is I want to increase, so the brand is all about quality, something, shall I say, decent, to raise our profile. I mean, it's a great venue, you know, it's got a great following, it's got the supporter base there, diehards, you know. I think it's about time they get something back. For you know, I think it's time to give back and make this. Like I say to people, I know people don't always understand what's in my head, but my hope is that when all this is done, that this venue would be, and I'm not comparing it to any other circuit out there at all, because when I'm done with this, it'll be something very, very different and unique and standalone from anything else that's out there. And only time will show that, you know, where that comes from. So looking forward to it.
Definitely, there's going to be a lot more family people, you know, families coming here. I think is something that's going to happen over time. What I'm loving seeing is there's going to be a whole area of the shop that's going to have clothing. There's going to be all the Castle Combe Circuit clothing that I have to tell you is just awesome looking. It's a whole new level, and it's absolutely awesome. And you're going to be able to buy yourself the polo shirts, the t-shirts, the coats, and all those kind of things with all the new logos on that look great. There's going to be a whole host of memorabilia. Equally as well, by the way, one thing that's really good about this shop is that I think it's going to be available more than just on race days as well. And there's going to be things like racing gloves or racing helmets, and you know, who knows, things like that as well.
So one of the things, yes, the aim is to have this open, every day of the week, because I mean, there's always track activity, there's always something happening. So make that available to everyone. With the new website I mentioned, for instance, there's a big focus on the whole e-commerce side of what we do as well, which creates a new additional revenue stream. So the whole retail arm is kind of quite a big piece. And as we go forward, and we currently in talks with various sponsors, I don't like to use the word sponsor because it gives you an impression of just a financial transaction two ways. So the sponsors I'm engaging, we're talking about creating partnerships, and I want people that can join us and take this 5-year journey with us. So we are looking to increase, and a lot of our sponsors has got retail outlets as well. So incorporate sponsors into our retail offer as well. So, we've got bike training school here. So why aren't we selling helmets and leather jackets and that type of stuff? I've spoken to the guys doing the bike training the other day, that out of 10 people that does their training, 3 of them at least go and buy the same bike that they trained on.
Yes.
So why not have that bike in the shop? Very different take on things. So
dynamic, by the sounds of it, is that as to what's going on, the shop has a dynamicity to it that just allows it to evolve. So, I mean, that's just another example of something exciting that's happening here. Yeah. And as I said, Piero, is that they need to watch this space as we're able to sort of reveal bits and pieces as it evolves.
Yeah, like I say, slowly catch the monkey.
Absolutely right, it is. Well, listen, welcome to the circuit here. Thank you so much for the hard work. I know that you're ridiculously busy with everything. I think we managed to catch up yesterday for an hour. Well, actually, probably was more like 2 hours in the end, because it'd been so long since we'd sat down and spoke. And that's the first time we've been able to do it. You've been that busy.
Yeah, I know. We've been trying to sit down for the last 3 months. No, that's good. That's good. No.
Brilliant. Well, listen, that's Piero. That's the general manager of the circuit. That gives you a little amuse-bouche of the things that we're going to be hopefully evolving in. And it is going to be, as I say, quite a fluid thing for many, many reasons. But watch this space. As we can reveal more, we will reveal more. But come with us on this journey, because it is going to be incredibly exciting. I'm going to put you back to the track. Thank you, Piero.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
I'll be back in a little while with the next interview. Cheers, guys. Right, back again with another interview already. Let me just move that down. I'm going to quickly catch up on a couple of the comments first of all, because it's great to see you still commenting in here. Stuart Tinker-Taylor, hello mate. Good morning to the voice of Castle Combe. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Looking forward to the great season ahead. Fuffers rule. You do love your Formula Fords, mate, don't you? Mr. Strong, hello Sam. Morning, Dawsey. No gin. I thought it might be frowned upon if the sun, isn't over the yard arm. So watch this space for later. But no, I'm driving back, so I won't be, mate. You're safe. You're safe. Don't think I've ever done a Combe TV without gin, have I? Chris Pearson, Todd Pearson. Sorry you're not here, mate. Morning, folks. Gutted. I was hoping to come down for a catch up today, but car just went in the garage. Hope you all have an awesome day. Thank you, mate. Much appreciated. Hello, Mike. Roll on April 10th. Indeed. I'm guessing that means that you will be here, and I'm chuffed to hear that, buddy. So we'll see you here on Easter Monday. And JP, Student Motorsport, have a great time on the mic, Chris. Thank you, mate. We will do. Just a little bit different today. As those of you who are possibly just joining us see that it's a bit different. We have a studio where I'm interviewing different people as the day goes on. We've got a static camera showing the circuit. I might even pop up places on my mobile at times as well. But for now, as you'll see on the bottom, what would it be for you? The bottom left-hand corner? Down there anyway. Where is it? There. We've got another guest. It's Claire. Claire, welcome to Combe TV. And more importantly, welcome this year, I believe, to the Hot Hat Series.
Yes, it will be my first race on April the 10th.
Wow.
I am absolutely buzzing.
I bet.
I've been doing track days here now at Combe for about 4 years. Obviously, COVID, there was a big break, and that was just annoying. But I've been threatening to race one day for about 2 years now. So, April the 10th.
That is really seriously cool. What is the car?
So it's a Honda Civic Type R. She's an absolute beauty.
Really?
Absolute beauty. Yeah. The engine just gives and gives and gives. I love that car. Absolutely love it.
And then it's a full Class A monster of a car, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I started from the very beginning with just a bog standard Honda Civic Type R. And over the years, just had a little bit done and a little bit done and a little bit done.
It's the way it goes, isn't it? It becomes an addiction, yeah.
Oh, it does, yeah. And every new bit is just like, oh, love it, love it. So, yeah, now that I've got, I really wanted to start competing this year. I sent it to a lovely, lovely chap, Will de Claudio, who fully spec'd it out now, ready to race.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
We know that he's allowed himself to do that when it's not a French car. That's unlike Will.
Yes, I know. He accepted my Civic. Yeah.
So there we go. It's got the WAS Magic on it, WAS Racing as well. I mean, what are your expectations or goals this year?
Oh, there's no expectation. I'm going to go out there and have fun. If I come last, then it's a learning curve.
Absolutely.
I've gone out there, I've done it, and it'll be one under my belt. So, yeah, it's
because that's the key thing, isn't it? And the Hot Hat Series was always designed to sort of like give those that do the track days, which of course just seems to get bigger and bigger and bigger every year. And suddenly go, do you know what? I would like to go and race. And it's like, great, let's go and do this. It's a series that you can do one or all of them. Deliberately, a lot of people with those kind of cars and that kind of way of thinking. And it is that thing where you can go in. I mean, it's going to be overwhelming, that first one, isn't it? Because it's very different being out on a track in your own space to suddenly all going at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't mean to scare you now.
Yeah, no. Luckily, I don't seem to have any fear with people being right next to me. So I think I'll cope. Taking everything in around me that's going on when we first, see the green light. I think that's going to be the most daunting. Yeah, once I'm, out there. It's just going to be fun. I will do my very best. She will give it her all, as she always does. And we'll come wherever we come, but we will have fun.
And I guess the whole point being is you're competing against no one other than yourself in reality at this stage. And it's like just seeing that progress through. And I always get it quite often when, which is a silly sentence, I always get it quite often, one or the other, but you know what I mean, where people kind of go, look, we're really excited about where this driver can go. But I have to, as the commentator, just please keep the expectations down for a little while. Let's get them settled in. You know, I remember the likes of Dave Spiller, for example, that sort of came in, and it was like, let him have that chance to grow. And I think just from when we were speaking, even just a second ago, I was like, I can see that that's where you're going. You're going to come in, you're going to evolve, and it could be exciting.
Yeah, I think if you do sort of give yourself a high expectation, you're going to get disappointed more than likely. So with racing, with track days that I've been doing for these years, it's all about having fun.
Absolutely.
If you don't have fun, then you're not going to fully embrace it and enjoy it as much as you should. So
and I guess you haven't seen this part yet, and you've got it yet to come, is that the paddock is exactly that, very friendly, very welcoming, and it is about everybody there enjoying their day out. Do you know many people in the paddock yet?
I do.
Oh,
No, I think that is another reason for me to start racing competitive. The guys, like you said, they haven't, given too much she's this or she's that, but they've suggested quite frequently you ought to compete. So good. I think with that, push, it's definitely helped. They can see something, I'm hoping, and I'll do them proud if I can. They're just a lovely bunch. I think Dave has got to be up there, Dave the Noise, on track days, and then Tim, my instructor as well. I do love Tim. So yeah, it couldn't be a better sort of family environment here.
You're not bringing the car out today then?
No, I was a little bit too late. The spaces had already gone, but I got plenty of track days before I actually raced.
Good point. Have you, just a slight side question, have you done any racing, like even like say karting or anything like that?
No.
Oh wow, so this is a real baptism of fire.
Yeah.
But it's taken that, and we've seen it elsewhere, that the track day into racing becomes very, very popular. Another racing club does exactly that, and it's always a full grid. So it's really exciting. Baptism of fire going in with a Class A car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I always think to myself, don't be afraid of anything. Just give everything you can in life a go. There's no such word as failure when you try your hardest. So
I'm going to take a quick line here as well, and there's a few that race. I want to see more female racers out there, as I'm sure you're very passionate, I would imagine, about that, because invariably Amelia Vincent, I see here with Wiltshire College, she's planning to be out again, and I want to just make a point of saying any females thinking of getting into whether it's racing or even starting in track days or whatever, they can come and speak to you in the paddock on the race days.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've had a lot of my friends say to me, I would love to do that. Why don't you?
Do it, yeah.
Yeah. There's loads of gift vouchers that you can get that are, really, really inexpensive. Yeah. And that will just give you the taster of getting out there on a track.
Which is always dangerous.
Yeah.
That's when you get it.
Yeah. And just seeing whether you've got to prove to yourself whether you like it or not. Just, thinking, oh, I'd like that. Yeah. Go and do it. Please just go and do it.
It's only one way to find out.
Exactly. Yeah. And once you do, if you're hooked, then it's not as expensive as people think it is. It is, it can be a fairly cost effective if you're just gently, like what I did.
Well, even in the hot hatches, is that if you don't go for a big banger car that you got, a big super Class A, you go for the Saxos or the whatever, the little Peugeots, and go a different way to start with and get yourself in, work all of that one. I mean, it's great. Speak to me then. So not at the experience of racing, but you've been around this track a million times.
Yes.
Favourite part of the circuit?
Oh, definitely quarry.
Really?
Yeah, definitely quarry. Love quarry.
That tells me a lot about you then.
Yeah. Yeah.
We love it as spectators,
Yeah.
but there's a reason for that, because it's challenging.
It is challenging, and that's the beauty of it. I read something that really blew my mind. You are driving at ridiculous speed, and there is 4 handprints of rubber holding you to the tarmac. And I just thought that's an amazing way of thinking about it.
Simple, but makes sense.
It makes absolute sense. So it's all about the balance.
Which is important in quarry, because it's not just about the corner, it's about the Avon rise when you might not have those handprints on the tarmac for a second.
Absolutely. So yeah, that's definitely my favourite.
Do you brake before or after, or a bit of both? Avon rise.
I do brake before. Yeah.
I think that there's a logic, and then straighten up and then finish the rest afterwards, sort of thing. Yeah. And I would imagine even that will evolve once you're in the racing situations. Okay, how would I word this? Most challenging part of the circuit for you, or your least favourite part of the circuit?
Yeah, it's probably the S's, actually, because I want to go faster through them.
And that's the second of the chicanes for people that don't know. Why that one over the bobbies, the first of the...
Because I feel more confident in bobbies, and I feel like I go faster through bobbies. But the S's, I really do feel there's a lot of room for improvement.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the one I want to.
There's a real dip on the middle apex on that one, isn't it? That I find can be a real challenge for people. It sort of breaks up the flow of the corner for them, and so you have to almost create that flow somehow.
See, I'm still, getting to learn how my mind is working, with the balancing and with the speed and the braking and what have you. So, when you talk to me like that, I'm thinking, yes, that makes that makes sense, because
be careful, man. I'm not a racing driver. As anyone watching will be laughing that you could be taking any advice from me. Don't.
But I'm so new, and I'm really at the bottom of the learning curve, and every day is a learning day for me. So, when people...
But it always should be anyway. I mean, even the experienced racers here, if they don't think it's a learning day for them, then something's not quite right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've always got to do it. Listen, one of the big things for us, and all of the hardcore that will be watching this, whether it's live or whether it's another time, and it will be here on Easter Monday to watch the first race meeting, they know one of the most popular racing drivers ever at this circuit is known as the Queen of Combe, Ilse Cox, and she raced with amazing success here and elsewhere, and she was an absolute crowd favourite. That has to be surely a big target for you.
I'm really not thinking ahead that far. I'm really not. It's about the preparation for the 10th and doing the best I can. And I'm not looking that far ahead. I think if I did,
that says more about me, doesn't it? As the commentator, as the media person, creating the stories.
No, I could definitely. I saw myself doing a blog to help other women drivers break that barrier of, I'd love to do that. I could do that. I could be good at that, and just sort of give them all the advice that I've learned is just go head first. You will learn, and there are so many people around you that will help as well.
They will help, won't they? Yeah. Absolutely. People think it's like, aggressive competition. Sure, there's certain environments, if you're full-blown career-minded or something, it may sort of get to that. But the reality is, most people want to help each other because they know they want everybody out there. That's where people, the drivers want themselves to be and those around them to be. And they do. They'll just suddenly help each other.
Yeah.
No, I love it. Well, listen, Claire, it's so cool to see you on board. I'm really excited now about seeing you going. I've got to try to make sure that when we're commentating, we don't sort of build up the expectation on you. But I think that's what people need to do. And hopefully anybody that's watched this will kind of go, I want to watch this evolve.
Yeah.
And that's the story. And you yourself are talking about making it a story, not just for yourself, but to help others. I love everything about that. And all I can say is welcome to Castle Combe and the Hot Hatch series.
Thank you.
So there you go. That was Claire joining the Hot Hatches as you're here. I told you we're going to have a complete mixed bag of interviews. Just very quickly, we've had here Lisa Taylor. Good morning, Mr. D. Hope you're good. Looking forward to seeing you soon in the paddock. Good. I like to hear it, Lisa. You got to keep your fuffer fancy and fella under control, haven't you, as well? But yeah, we'll see you there. JP also says, have a great day during the media day. We're thrilled to see Combe and the team attracting people to the sport we love. You're in good hands as always with our friend Chris Dawes. That's not true, is it? Will de Cloud, who says she's one of my customers. And as you said, Will, she said that was the first thing she said, mate.
Yeah,
didn't you? You know,
I did. Yeah.
And I said, Will, I couldn't believe that you actually looked after a non-French car, mate. But there we go. Mm-hmm. He's branching out in the world. Claire, thank you very much for joining us. Much appreciated. And I'll be back shortly with another interview. Just quickly, Lynn Bates says, good morning, Mr. Dilly Dilly. Good morning to you. It's just about still morning, which is good. There you go. Will's actually said it's the first non-French car he's done.
Wow.
I mean, the guy's capable of doing all those, but he's such a, obsessed with the French cars that you're the first non-French he's done.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's amazing.
Will, you should have told me that, mate. You know I will now make a big story of that. You know what I'm like with my media and all of that. So there we go. I'll be back shortly with whatever our next interview happens to be. Who knows? I'll catch you later, guys. Right, welcome back. I hate these. I got these. What do you call these? Transition glasses.
Transition glasses.
I've been
Take
out,
mine
you
off.
can tell I've been outside, and it still hasn't changed yet. I just look like I'm, trying to think I'm cool and young, and I'm not. But welcome back to the interview room with Combe TV. Those who are just watching the footage of outside, you see we've suddenly got a rainstorm. It's a very isolated cloud out there as well.
It is.
It's really, really weird. So let me put that. First of all, let's just quickly catch up as we finish that last interview. Let me. I need to change actually. I should have done this before I went live. I forgot how to do it. What's your name again, Ian?
DANAHER.
DANAHER. Thank you very much. I'm live. I'm doing this live as we're on there. Professional to the end.
Carry on.
Competitions director. Right. I'm going to change that. I'm going to remove that banner. See, this does prove that it's live. Never work with kids, animals, or doors in.
There we go. First lesson.
I'm making this educational as well.
Yeah.
Whether I've got gin or not, I'm not safe to work with.
No. Keep the gin till later.
Yeah. But yes, Stuart Tinker Taylor says, "Hooray! It's the Fuffers." You've just been watching those, haven't you? I said to Lisa that she's got to battle that addiction. Right, you've seen it already. I've grabbed my next interview, and it's Ian Danaher, who has joined the Castle Combe Racing Club as the competitions director. For those who don't know, didn't hear earlier, Steve Weston's still here, but he's moved over to the circuit side, and he is track manager. It's either track manager or circuit manager. We'll probably have a word with him later to find out definitely. Obviously that meant somebody else had to step in. How better than fill it with someone that has known for many years how to get involved in this. And it is Ian. Welcome, mate.
Thank you, Chris.
Both today and to the team as well. I mean, you and I catch up at circuits the length and breadth of the country at the best of times.
We do, and it's really quite nice to be given the opportunity to come home. As you know, I've been associated with the circuit for longer than I care to admit to. And when I spoke to Ken initially, it was a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. It gives me the opportunity to come back to a circuit that I've worked with or worked at for many, many years, and it gives me the opportunity to hopefully put something back in moving forward.
And let people know what that is, because I see you when you've worked here, and it's normally up in like race control, isn't it? What would it be?
Yes, I think certainly initially, I think it'll be more so on a race director position, in that I need to understand how the race days work here now, from sort of what goes on in race control to what the competitors need and what the competitors' wants are, and also the administration of the race meeting as well, working with Kat and Shirley to try and see and make sure that we're producing all of the paperwork that we need to present to Motorsport UK at the end of a race day.
And of course, planning next year's calendar and the year after's calendar, which is like the toughest jigsaw puzzle in the world.
I think it was made clear earlier on. I think that in 2 years' time, it's the circuit's 75th anniversary.
Yeah.
And I think, the calendar for 2023 is very much put to bed. And I think we need to be looking at certainly 2024/2025, which is the circuit's 75th anniversary, just to make sure that we have the content available during the 75th anniversary to represent the success and the continued success of Castle Combe moving forward.
Absolutely. But what was it you did before this, when I was at circuits? What were your roles?
Clerk of the course primarily. I started as a clerk of the course here back in the Howard Strawford days. Yeah. I was a probationary clerk of the course when Howard was clerking himself. I worked up through the BRSCC, and then went on to work with the HSCC, clerking things like Historic Formula 1, Group C, Super Tourers, the historic Super Touring series, which was a wonderful experience, going to places like Knock Hill and Oaken Park and what have you, being on the BDCC programme with David Allison and Tim Harvey, running people like John Cleland, Patrick Watts, and Steve Soper.
The good old days.
The good old days. Yeah. And I've been lucky enough to work with them. And as I say, I will maintain my involvement with the BRSCC as the clerk of the course to the National Formula Ford 1600s this year. So that will certainly give me the opportunity to continue working at the sharp end at a race day, as well as combining that with my new role here.
Just on an aside that I'm going to pick up on there, taking it away from what we are talking, and we'll jump back to it, but you mentioned about the National Formula Ford. I've got to give a special mention. We've lost Diz.
We have lost Diz, yes. I had the pleasure. I've known Diz for a long time, and I certainly had the pleasure of working with Diz last season, up to and including probably last September when we ran the Northern Formula Fords at Donington Park, and he was there. So, a great bloke to be involved in, a huge character, and a big loss to the sport, not only from a Formula Ford perspective, but from the whole sport as a whole.
He was an absolute character. Ian Smith being his full name, Diz as we know.
Yes.
That organised the National Formula Ford Championship and just kept it alive and going in his unequalled humour.
Yes.
Which was fairly dark.
Did he
fairly cutting.
Yes, did it his own way in his own style.
Absolutely.
Had his own unique style.
He would come and join me in commentary box. Sometimes I threw a headset on him to be part of it, which he sort of pretended to be reluctant until he got it on. Or at the very least, he'd be in the background, and he'd always just give me so much jip. He would just rip me to the core. But always you knew it was in the right way, and you took it the way that he actually intended.
Absolutely. When I took the role up at the beginning of last season, he was one of the first people to ring me and say, if you need me, I'm not involved directly this year, but if you need me, pick the phone up. And that was, I think, a true mark of the man.
Yeah. Absolutely. A very big, sad loss. So that was a big,
yes, yeah. Absolutely.
As you mentioned it, a great opportunity to shout out to Diz. Incidentally, by the way, is that another aside, although it is relevant now, you're at Castle Combe Racing Club. We lost the 2022 Castle Combe Saloon Car Champion recently as well, Mark Sutton. Totally unexpected, heartbroken family because it wasn't an illness that was building up to it. It was totally unexpected. And our sympathies go out to the Sutton family and absolute shock. And it was shown by the outpouring from all of his competitors and other people in the paddock that just went, what? I can't believe that. And that was the general consensus. So, Mark, we're going to miss you, my friend. And it's very, very, very sad. But we're here as a family for all of them, the extended family. We've even got, I won't mention his name, but one of our hot hatch drivers that has lost his wife recently, and I've just been speaking to him recently. And he feels comforted by this family. And you have been involved in the family, Mr. Strawford's, from way gone by. And that is what was started then and continues to this day.
Absolutely. I think it's a wonderful tribute to the work that Howard did. He created that family atmosphere here when I first started marshalling and, becoming a clerk of the course at Castle Combe. And I think it's a wonderful legacy that 10 years on, we are still one big family. And that, I think, is one of the lasting there are many lasting legacies of Howard, but I think that's the one that certainly stands out in my mind as one of the best.
Yeah, no, agreed. So remember, guys, it's okay to not be okay. Please speak to anybody if you need to. Sympathies out to those that we lost. They'll never be forgotten. We look forward. With that looking forward, one thing that does help people get excited and brings us all back together again after wintering apart from each other.
Yes.
Today's the media day. The starter pistol for the new season.
It is. I think, it's great to see a number of competitors here that I know, lots of faces in the paddock that I don't know. And I think certainly taking on the new role, the first thing I need to do, I think, is to get to know some of the people that I don't know, listen to what they have to say and try and be part of making their whole Castle Combe experience an even better one.
Have you got, and this is a genuine question because I don't know the answer, have you got much time to be able to feeling your way into this role at the moment? I mean, I would imagine at this start of the year, you kind of do.
I think you're right. My role, I think, certainly the first two race meetings, I think, is to be that of race director. And then I will sit in race control. I will sit with the secretary of the meeting. I'll walk around the paddock, try and, engage with some of the customers, some of the drivers, just understand what is good. Is there anything that we need to do better? And try and look to put those things in place for 2024 and 2025. And listening to Piero earlier on, he has a 5-year plan for the circuit. And I think, we need to mirror that in that, 2 years' time, it's the circuit's 75th anniversary. And we need to look at that as a sort of a focal point and make sure that we deliver during that year and certainly on from there, because, I hate to say this, you're only as good as your last race meeting. And I think if we start planning now, it at least gives us a fighting chance to be able to deliver in 2024, 2025 and beyond.
Absolutely. I keep getting terrified every time you mention it's the 75th, because of course last year we had the delayed 70th
Absolutely,
celebrations
we did,
of the Concorde,
we did.
which was an amazing night. That was just a mass of people in this fabulous event. That was such an honour for me to be on the stage hosting that thing.
Yeah.
But the amount of work involved to bring that thing together was massive.
Yeah.
And myself, Kat, Cheryl, and so many other people that helped bring that together. I think we're still recovering now. So when you start talking about 75th, I'm like, oh my gosh.
No pressure, but you've got 2 years to plan. Yeah.
It's kind of, because it's, you know, what level of precedence has been set, I don't know, because I think 70 was still, you know, a bit.
Oh, absolutely. Deal. I think, you know, you're right. And,
70 plus 2 as it would have been at that time.
Yeah,
but
absolutely. But I think certainly it creates a, you know, when you look at those sort of milestones, it does give you the opportunity to look towards that milestone and make sure that, as I say, if you know, once you get there, that the what you produce during that year and your content is appropriate to an anniversary like that.
Absolutely. No, agreed. And you know, I look forward to that. But in terms of this year, the good news is that at the point you've joined, obviously, and I think you've already said it, is that the 2023 program is done. It's dusted. Steve Weston obviously set that one up. The good news, I guess, is that Steve Weston's still here for you to call on.
Absolutely.
As and when you need to, and his passion is still there. He's just in charge of the circuit and the safety, which is great. But you can still call on him when you need to.
Absolutely. You know, we've worked very closely, and certainly in the time that I've come back to Castle Combe over the last few years, always worked very, very closely with Steve. Yeah. And I think at the end of the day, there's always been an understanding, and I'm sure that being able to call on his knowledge of doing the role for the last 10 years will be invaluable for me moving forward.
Yeah, just that handover, isn't it? That initial bit. So, I mean, it looks like an exciting program. We've got all sorts of things that are going on. We've got the Classic Touring Car Racing Club coming here. I can't wait for that one. That is amazing. I get the opportunity to commentate on some of their events. I hosted their awards earlier this year as well, and I'm hosting it again in November, I think. The week after the Combe Awards. I'm going to need to have a rest for the liver after that. But
you will.
We've got the sports series coming back again. The prototype
series,
which are like some of the quickest things we see around this circuit.
Oh, absolutely. I think, you know, GTs have always been a staple part of the Castle Combe program, should we say, for many, many years. And I think, you know, prototypes have evolved. You know, there's been times have gone on since the days of John Pugsley and his Tiger full of straw and bits of cow muck and a pitchfork. But things have moved on from that, and I think the opportunity, for us to host these cars here, and also giving their drivers the opportunity to race a circuit as iconic as Castle Combe, I think has got to be a recipe for success.
I hope so, and fingers crossed we'll get plenty there, because I mean, you mentioned your BRSCC links. Of course, there used to be the OSS.
Absolutely.
Those cars have got to be somewhere. They just don't have many places to go and race them anymore.
That's right.
So fingers crossed. Plus, you've got the Irish, what's the championship or series with all those prototypes, and hopefully they will come over as well.
Yeah,
and that could be a whole group of them.
Absolutely. You know, I've been involved in running Irish championships at Pembrey over the years, and the racing is always spectacular. You know, their company is always, as with the St. Patrick's Day yesterday, the company of Irish drivers is always exciting, unique. Are they the words to use? You know, we run them at Pembrey, and certainly, you know, if there are opportunities to bring, I remember marshalling you many years ago in the Dutch Touring Car Championship race here. You know, and they were superb. And there's now a sort of a Dutch historic touring car championship that I've had the opportunity of running at Brands Hatch a few years ago. And again, you know, sociable individuals with superb cars who are running them for fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No, and even like the Dutch Supercar Challenge, and they've got the BMW coupes or whatever the heck it is off of that. I covered them last year at Hockenheim. I went over there to cover, not so much that, it's the 24-hour series, but they were supporting it.
Yes.
And it's great to see, because I used to cover them when they'd come over to Brands Hatch every year, which they haven't done for a while.
A couple of years, no, that's
still
right.
in great health and,
you know,
and great people that are still involved in that. So, yeah, there's all sorts of things. So we got the sports series, we've got the Autumn Classic that's going to be here as well. It's always a big event. We adore that one here as well. I mean, just also, what's some other highlights for you?
For me, I think, the Autumn Classic is something that I was lucky enough to be involved in the very, very first one. And I have had the pleasure of being involved with GT and Sports Car Cup during the last few years as well. And for me, the opportunity to work with Flavin and Vanessa again is I wouldn't say it was a deal breaker for taking the job, but you know, we've worked very closely together over the last sort of 10, 12 years, and the opportunity to work with them again is something that I really couldn't turn down.
No, absolutely. No, we love working close, obviously, hence we do. It's absolutely amazing. Okay, well, Ian, thank you so much for joining us. I wanted to make sure that everybody could see and meet the new competitions director of the Castle Combe Racing Club. You can see that we're not starting from scratch. There is a learning, but thankfully we've got someone that's sort of a good few rungs ahead of that ladder. And the timing's right, isn't it? Because, and I think it's okay to talk about, is that you've retired from your
I retired from my day job. Yeah, I again certainly wouldn't have entertained doing anything like this had I still been working full time. And there's only so much, in having been retired for nearly a year, there's only so much gardening and decorating and car washing that you can do. So you do really need something, I think, to sort of stretch your mind. And as I say, the opportunity to come back home really was too good a one to miss.
I must be honest, I saw him at the Autosport show. You look stir crazy already at that. So, and that wasn't announced that you were going to be taking this role then, was it? But
no, absolutely
you were
not.
Stir crazy, so we've stopped that stir craziness.
You have, yes.
So Ms. Danaher will be relieved as well, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right.
Ian, thank you
Chris,
so much.
Nice to talk to you.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
So thanks, guys.
Cheers.
That's Ian. We'll be back shortly with other interviews. We'll wait and see who it's going to be. Catch you later.
You have a good day, Chris.
Right, we're back into studio mode again now, just as it looked like a car was being wheeled back onto the circuit there. It certainly got very damp out there quickly. I think it's stopped raining now, but it's rather wet out there. So we're back down for another interview, and you'll see on the caption at the bottom there that a very interesting story that, you know me, I'm going to grab hold of this as this season evolves over the year. I love to have a story to really to get my teeth into in the commentary box and for any Combe TV that we do over the course of the year. And that is George Walker. Hello, mate.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
16 years old.
Yeah.
16 years old, and he's going to be racing in the Hot Hat Series this year. We think, and we've not managed to fully ratify, but we're pretty sure he's going to be the youngest driver that has raced here. And so with a roof over his head, certainly at the least. But we'll check that as time goes on. George, I mean, welcome not just to the show, but welcome to the Hot Hat Series this year.
Thank you very much.
How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, it's a bit of a change from the karting. Big difference, but
It is a bit. I mean, let's quickly go back to that to start with. Right. So you have not only done karting, but had some pretty good success in it.
yeah, we've had championship win, a couple of lap records at Mansell Raceway, opportunity to go to top rounds, just running at the front, which
Wow.
is
And it was the Rotax.
road tax class.
Okay, because obviously there's quite a few things
Yeah,
that go
it's
about
free
this
now,
week.
isn't there?
So that's one of the top ones that you've already won. You're running with Grant Motorsport. And
Yeah.
we've got Grant Lee, sorry, I should say. Grant Lee is here himself. So keeping quiet. How have I managed to do that? It is possible that he's spotted this in you, I think is a fair way to put it, since you was 8 years old.
Yeah, it's been supporting me all the way through my career since we're a very young age. Obviously, till now, we're at that crossover where I get to jump in the cars. Just been waiting to get to that age.
And it's great. I mean, presumably as well, you've been here in the paddock because your dad, who's also
Yeah.
here, is that he's been on the spanners, as I understand it, with Grant Motorsport. Is that right? That's correct, yeah. So presumably you've been in this environment anyway.
Been here since, well, whenever I can remember, to be honest.
Which is the big thing that we love about this circuit, is it happens so much. I mean, I was as a 5-year-old, and then for a little while I was in the paddock with a mate's dad was racing. I just went a different direction to what you're going. And talking about directions that you're going, I mean, it's terrifically exciting. This year, it's a Mini.
Yeah, R53.
Okay, so you got a Mini that you're out in, and I can say that this isn't just George that said this, is that we're getting the words elsewhere, that the scope could be really exciting, and I get the impression TCR is possibly the target.
Yeah, that's the aim to get to by, hopefully, with end of year next year, just maybe have a test, see what happens.
I like the sound of that. I mean, it's really impressive, but if we focus this year, so this Mini, which Mini is it? Because I know Grantley's had a few on the go for a while.
It's at the minute it's electric blue one. But
Okay.
It's
Who was piloting that before? Who?
It's a rebuilt version of Dan Williams.
Dan Williams' old one. That's it. I knew, because these things, the cars are part of the family in this circuit these days, aren't they? They kind of go around. How much have you driven it?
today. I've done 3 sessions. It's gone well. Just getting quicker every session.
Brilliant.
Obviously, we're limited on power to a bedding in an engine and everything. But I think we're near enough where we need to be.
How did it feel?
Yeah, it's exciting. Bit of different from the carts because obviously converting to front wheel drive and having the weight transfer is a bit different, but I think we're starting to get hold of it.
The great thing is for me in the Hot Hat series, we know what the Hot Hat series is all about and the kind of cars and the variety of cars we get in there. But with the minis, it's kind of like its own little ecosystem within the series where it is its own, not just class. It's almost like it's not a championship, can't call it a championship, but it's its own series within that race, which has just grown in the number of cars racing in it. And you're now coming into that to race against some people that have now been piloting these minis for a while. I mean, it's a great place to come and learn with them, isn't it?
It's exactly that. It's a great place, good track to learn on, very technical, hard circuit.
Have you been around the circuit at all before today?
No.
No?
No. Done a bit of simulator work.
Okay.
That's about all I've done.
So now talk us to where you've been out there today. Take us into the mindset of someone that for the first time has gone out on our beloved Castle Combe Circuit. And I know lots of people watching would kind of have that desire to be able to do it. Right. What did it feel like going up over Avon Rise into Quarry?
Yeah, I was a bit nervous at first, but once you got around the first corner, your head kind of, once you settle into the zone, you kind of bed yourself in, you can just focus on your driving then. You didn't really, your nerves kind of, well, I found my nerves kind of flattened out a bit.
You're not wrong, Grantley. He's got the mindset, hasn't he? Definitely. I like the sound of that quickly picking up. I mean, it's got to be almost like going out on the hallowed turf to some extent. So you go, I'm actually going around Quarry Corner. It's going to be a different challenge when you do your first race start up there, isn't it?
Yeah, very different.
What's the plan? I mean, I know if Grant had his way, you'll be up there winning first race, but I would imagine that it's like getting yourself settled into this for a little while.
Exactly that. Just got to bed ourselves in. I think we're just improving every session we do.
Yeah.
Be nice for a first race, maybe. I don't really know. Size grid looking fairly big for this year. To get a top 15 would be amazing, if I'm honest.
Yeah. And that's, I guess that's the thing, is that you look into the overall positions, but then within the, is it E class, isn't it? Class E for the minis.
Yeah.
That is its own, as I say, ecosystem with its own podiums and all of that sort of stuff, with some very quick drivers and cars that, trying to get yourself further and further up.
Definitely coming to win.
As I said, Grant says they're definitely coming to win, and I get that, and this driver is, but I've also got to manage expectations and manage the pressure on you, mate. I mean, it's clearly the belief is there, you've got it. Does that help or hinder you?
Definitely helps having someone that believes in you when you kind of think you don't really have that edge. It does help a lot, boost you up a bit.
Sure, this guy's 16. He's amazing. The confidence and the professionalism of you is absolutely amazing to be able to see.
Still be 16 at the end of the season.
Still be 16 at the end of the year. Just quickly bringing up, Castle Combe Racing Club themselves have just said, welcome, George. And I agree. By the way, Chris Macy said it wasn't raining. That was liquid sunshine, apparently. But yes, them welcoming you. And that's the key thing. I mean, you've got a great situation that with Grant Motorsport, of course, there'll be several cars being run there and it's a nice environment there, but on the extended environment around the paddock.
Exactly that.
And you presumably know that because, as you say, you've been here and you've been able to get some. Do they know you very much yet, or is this going to be
the team? I've obviously been around since a very young age, so got to know everyone quite quick.
True. Yeah.
Alex Kite, when he was karts, his first race, I was here.
Yeah.
When I used to.
And that's talking of which, Kite is off racing the Civics this year, isn't he? He's back out racing again, which is good. So this year, Hot Hatch Series in the Mini. Next year, I believe the talk was possibly the Saloon Car Championship. Castle Combe Saloon Car Championship.
Class A car by the end.
Class A. Oh, you're going to be in the Class A.
He's got six signatures.
6 signatures, Class A car by the end of the year. Gone in therefore for the title there. And then the year after, if all goes well, is that potentially looking at TCR?
Yeah, hopefully, end of next year-ish, just see what happens, really.
Take it away from that in and as Grant said, money then starts coming into which direction is possible, and we know that sadly it's not all about talent, is it? Or talented people don't get to always go where they deserve to go. Let's take finances off the table for a second, and let's take Grant off of the table for a second with his thoughts on it. What's you emotionally, George Walker? This is my dream.
Definitely touring car. Well, TCR, definitely where I want to be. Since a young age, always never really took part, had the enjoyment out of the single seaters.
Yeah.
It's a touring car, it's a lot closer racing, bigger grid, just a lot more to go out for, to be honest.
And I guess the reality is at the moment is we're not going to get involved in politics of this, is that whether it's TCR or British touring cars, you don't need to make that decision there because it's not there, it's not on the table yet. But you're clearly looking to try and go for quite a rapid drive through the ranks so that you're up in that levels in an early enough age.
Yeah, exactly that. It'd be nice to get to there. It's just obviously it's a long way away yet. So it's still start of the season, first day out today, so can't really make any assumptions yet. But it'd be nice to get that far.
How much did going out there in a Mini today, were you able to take your karting experience into it? Was there much?
Definitely bringing the kartings help lots, to be honest.
Really?
With the Minis are quite light on the rear end, so setting it into the corner, mid corner, it coming round on you, getting that from the karts, you're used to it.
Okay, and I guess that even more so when were you out there when it was wet, or have you not been out?
Yeah,
there?
I went out this morning when it was a bit damp.
Beginning of the day, of course. That would even more so.
Yeah, that was a bit, it's a bit hectic for a first ever session to be out in the rain.
Yeah, I bet.
It was a bit, but
But it probably felt even more like a kart out
Exactly.
there, so perfect. Favourite part of the circuit?
definitely sector 2 going through Hammer down towards Tower and the back
Really?
chicane.
Really?
Very fast flowing.
See,
technical.
That's interesting because yeah, we were speaking earlier to Claire, who's going to be out in the hot hatches in a Class A Civic, and she was saying that S is quite a challenge, which quite a lot of people say that, but you found you were able to get through it quick.
Obviously there's still a lot more room for improvement,
Yeah, of course.
but I find it one of the most faster favourite part of the circuits.
I think it's the dip in the middle that people struggle with a little
exactly.
bit, don't they? If you can get that, then you know what
The
you're
car
doing.
goes like midway through the corner.
So all the way out of Old Paddock, or probably including Old Paddock, because you're still on the power from Bobby's at that point, aren't you? Hammer down Tower, which is kind of almost like a double apex thing to some extent, isn't it? And then a squirt on the power, ready for S's, and take as much speed as possible through that. And that I can get why that's a nice sequence that you do. Okay, least favourite or most challenging part?
Most challenging is definitely got to be the rise. So obviously you've got the different heights, levels.
Yeah.
Obviously you've got the lightness going over the rise of braking, and then coming from left to right at the same time as the car being light. It's definitely a hard transition, but
yeah, because that's where you've got to manage your braking point, haven't you? What did you do? A bit of braking before and then some more after?
yeah, as the session went on, I built my confidence a bit. Just started braking later and later, then found the limit.
Because most of you will know, but for anybody who doesn't, is that if you try braking while you're up in the air or light,
Yeah,
it doesn't end
very well. No.
And that's the issue. And equally, as you say that, because up over Avon Drive, it is a left kink
Yeah,
in real terms, before then a long right. And that's why in most corners, you're kind of used to being on the left-hand side to sort of flat line the corner as much as you can. But the trick is you don't get all the way over to the left, do you?
no,
Sort of in the middle of the circuit.
exactly that.
So you're still trying to minimize it, but that you're not just finding your brake points, you're finding your target point before you start turning, the point where you start turning, where you aim, and then where you get back on the power again.
Exactly that.
That's a lot to think about, isn't it?
It's a lot to take in, if I'm honest, but I find the more you do it, obviously the more you progress.
Grantley's laughing inside there that he's hearing a commentator that hasn't got a clue what he's talking about out there, trying to talk about racing lines. But I didn't do bad, did I? It was all right. That's all right. Listen, George, I'm really excited to see what you're doing, and we get to go on that journey with you as it evolves over the year. And I'm pretty sure that we'll check in with you, not just from the commentary perspective, but more Combe TVs and things like that. Combe Talk, the magazine, will probably sort of have some articles in there. And there's a pair of you youngsters, isn't there, coming on board? And it's just an exciting journey to watch with you all.
Exactly that.
I look forward to it. Listen, best of luck, mate.
Thank you very much.
And it was really good to catch up with you. Another one of the great stories to be aware of. And as I say, we're going to be catching up with Jez, another young driver that is going to be racing with Grant Motorsport. And we love to see it. We love to see these stories come through. George's going to be one to watch. Make sure you're here to watch it. And I'll be back with more interviews very shortly. Catch you in a No rest for the wicked. And I guess I am wicked because there's no rest here. We got another one on the go again. It's a familiar face, actually. I've removed the wrong one, which means I'm hiding. We've got Nathan Ward, a very familiar face around here. How many times have you won the Class B now? 3?
3 in a row.
3 in a row. Sorry, mate. Sorry, mate. But listen, welcome. Good to see you again, my friend.
Likewise. Thank you very much.
One of the regular faces in here, really. I mean, I couldn't expect to see you anywhere else, other than, of course, the likes of the Walter Hayes and things like that.
Sure.
But welcome back, mate. You're giving it another target, trying to make it 4 in a row.
Absolutely. That's the plan. I
love the sound of that. First of all, well done again on making it 3. Last year, absolutely brilliant. It was a lot tighter last year as well.
It was very tight.
You were challenged a lot more, which you loved.
I do, absolutely. It's half the fun of it.
Absolutely. I know we're gonna have one person very pleased watching this because he was up here, Stuart Tinker-Taylor, who loves his Formula
Buffer's
Fords.
Rule.
Buffer's Rule. He's been saying that enough. Oh, incidentally, we've also got a familiar face. David Vivian saying, "Woohoo, hello, Chris. Hello, mate. Welcome." Shame we're not seeing him in out in Formula 4. That would be good, wouldn't it? But Class B again this year. I happened to see from your social feeds that there was a few new bits and pieces going on.
Yes, yeah. So 3 weeks ago, the car was still completely in pieces. The engine was away being rebuilt.
Wow.
We'd had the gearbox serviced. No suspension on it. It was just like a bare frame, climbing frame in the middle of the garage. So it's been a few busy nights and running around all over the place. But yeah, thankfully everything came back together just at the right time.
Good.
Went out there this morning and it was absolutely spot on.
That was, of course, would have been the next question, is like, how did it feel? So it not only felt spot on, but did you feel that it had gone forward, as presumably the work was to try and do that?
I think so. It's very hard to tell. We've had 3 sessions so far. The first one was very, very wet.
Yes.
Couldn't really tell an awful lot. We came in and I said to my dad, we need to check to see if there's any leaks from the engine. He took the cover off and it's like, well, there's water everywhere. So I've got no idea. The second one was starting to dry out, but there were still big puddles. So we were having to be offline most of the time. Couldn't really carry the speed through the corners. But the third session, it really did feel good. Really? It was, looking forward to seeing what it can do. And then it's chucked it down again. So back to square one.
Start again. Oh, yeah. Everything's green again now. It is a nightmare. I mean, that said, it's surely in a way that's not a bad thing, because during the course of the year you've got the chance of that.
I'm hoping for some wet races this year.
Really?
I really am. Yeah.
Because you could be up there challenging the Class A cars, couldn't you?
That's it. It narrows the gap a little bit.
And I know I tend to enjoy things like that when everybody's getting involved in the races. I mean, listen, I was chatting to Ian, I can't remember whether it was on camera or off camera, we were saying, is that go back 4 years, maybe 5, I can't remember when it was. It's got to be possibly 5, because if you've been 3-time champions before that, when Formula Ford grid here, I think was in single figures at some race.
I remember seeing it was sort of 8 or 9, but when I first started, there was a qualification race to get onto the grid. So that in qualifying, there were maybe 36, 40 cars. And then there would be a progression race where you would then have to qualify to actually get into the race.
Wow.
And then it sort of goes dips and troughs.
Which they all do around the whole world, not just country, the whole world. But, you know, for a little period of time, and I think it was a good couple of years possibly, it was down to bad numbers. It is back to rude health now, isn't it? Which I love up in my commentary box when I basically nearly spontaneously combust with excitement. But you guys out there, you just love being surrounded. And
I think there's 23, 24 drivers that have registered already.
Wow.
And there's a few regular names that are missing. So touch wood, we could be back at those numbers.
And we get sort of invariably some of the national guests come and race from time to time as well, which you know is great fun mixing that up and what have you. I mean, it's amazing. I've got to speak to you. For anybody who has done the Castle Combe Racing School, if you haven't, you have to come and do it. And one of the 2 of the packages there, you actually get to go in a Formula Ford in the single-seater as well. And somehow I managed to get myself into one. Which
getting in's the easy bit. Getting out's the hard bit.
There is that. But my wife shot a video of me getting into it, going, "How's it going to go in?" And you kind of pour yourself into it at 6'3" and not necessarily taking it steady on the beer, shall we say? That I got into it, and it's just a phenomenal experience. There's no seats next to you. You're out there on your own. because I make the joke that I thought, what's that weird noise as I pulled out of the pit lane and realised it was me screaming into my helmet, because you're just out there on your own. But the thing I was going to say about it is two things. One, you can lose those cars doing 10-minute laps because they are just so easy. And I lost it. It was light rain. And I went through old paddocks, so not that much of a corner. And to this day, I don't really know what happened. But all of a sudden, silently, because of the rain, I realised I was just spinning to the infield. It's so easy to lose them, isn't it? But you drive them on the edge. And
Yes, yeah. They're very, very reactive cars.
yeah, which is what people fall in love with them, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. It's like a big go-kart.
Yeah, absolutely right. I always make a comment saying it is an integral part of even a career driver that's aiming for certain areas. If you bypass these cars, you're not getting the mechanical grip lessons.
Absolutely.
If you go straight to wings and slicks.
Yeah, 100%.
But it's also a vortex that people don't escape it.
No. There's career drivers in Formula Ford that have been in for 20, 30 years and they just fall in love and don't move on.
And career drivers in anything like international GT racing that will come and jump in Formula Ford still.
Absolutely. At the festival last year, there was some huge names racing.
Absolutely. It's critical. The other one that I want to touch on, that it makes me laugh every time, is that Formula 4 cars actually have wing mirrors on. They're the most useless things that I've ever seen. If you go out in the racing school, you'll find out what I mean. If you've been on it, you will know it. They just vibrate on the side. They're tiny. They vibrate. You're going, well, I think I can see a blob in there somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm told that in the actual racing cars, they're a bit more stabilised than those, but...
Maybe. You get used to it.
Well,
you do.
And the reason why, for me, it just amazes me is that of all the cars that wing mirrors are important for, the Formula Ford's open wheel things, for me, it's like going, it's even more crucial. Because you guys just go up, even rise, like what, 3-4 abreast?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And you love that. You yearn for that, don't you?
It's just such raw racing. There's no quarter given. Everyone on the grid very respectful.
Yes.
It's a real close-knit community. But as soon as the helmets go on and the lights go out, it is war.
And they know that. I mean, obviously, I'm lucky enough to know your family these days, which is really, really an honour. And your dad is always here, always on the spanners, encouraging you, and he loves it. I think he's living his dreams through you in reality now. Your mum Mary and your better half, I'm going to say, Lucy, sorry mate, is that they love and they support you, but they're always kind of looking through the slightly open fingers every time you're out there.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Yeah, and you can get it because it is so close out there, isn't it? And I don't know, I haven't seen who's in the Class B, but presumably you're going in feeling confident you're going to go for it.
Well, it looks like there's been a few shifting around recently. I've not got all the details, but over the winter it sounds like some cars have been sold, some cars have changed hands, some are being rebuilt this year. So I'm hoping it's still the competitive, strong class that it was last year. But just need everyone to
we do
pull together and get back out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Unlike some championships, you don't have quite the chance of winning the outright from another class, do you? Whereas like saloons, you can win it from any class. It's not, Formula 4's isn't like that, is it?
I don't think it's impossible. I think the only real difference is in the other championships, the class points count towards the overall championship. So you can win a class but finish P10 in the overall race, but still be leading the overall championship. Whereas the Formula Fords are the only championship where the overall championship is determined by overall positions. So it means that to be able to win the overall, I'll need to be right up the sharp end. Exactly. Which hopefully, bit of rain, anything can happen.
So if we see you dancing in the paddock, we know what's happening. You're doing the dance.
It worked today.
Well, you're practicing that as well. It's a test day after all. I like it. It works. Listen, Nathan, thank you so much for joining us. I know you've got a run to get yourself back.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you taking the time, mate. Brilliant. Best of luck this year.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers.
So you go, Nathan Ward, and he's hot off to the car. Best of luck, mate. So he's gunning for the Class B again this year. Stay tuned. Let's see who else we're going to get up. Let's just catch up. Goose, one of the Quarry Hardcore. Good day. Formula Ford, still the best racing. Always a highlight of any meeting. 100% agree. It's one of my favourites, always is. Absolutely adore it. I'm going to leave you looking at the circuit again. I think at the moment we've just got some sort of like photo opportunities that are going on out there. Being a media day, we have to do all of that as well. But I will keep you looking at that while I'm setting up. Who knows? I have no idea. I keep getting people turn up going, right, I'm ready now. We'll wait and see. I hope that the audio's all coming all right for you guys. Don't forget all your comments, questions, they get put up on screen as you see there. But I'm going to leave you looking at the circuit. I'll be back in a bit. Cheers. Right, we're back in the studio again. This time I'm kind of perched over here on the edge. I'm still here though, Dad. But talking to Dad, I've abused him really, and not anyone else would be upset by this one, but these guys have got the right sense of humour. It is, of course, we know Dave Spiller racing in the Audi TT in the Saloon Car Championship. Used to be in one of the minis in the hot hatches. We've spoken to some others that are in the minis. And that mini is going to be out this year because although I've just put Dave and his dad's coming out this year as well. Pete, you're out racing as well?
Yeah, I'm going to try and do a few rounds this year.
But listen, welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Great to see you.
Thank you, Chris.
Joking aside, of course, that is the key thing. I couldn't resist. You know me. You give me abuse, I've got to give it back.
Well, fair enough. Fair play, isn't it?
Let's start with Dave. You're back out in the TT?
Yeah, back out in Class A in the Combe Saloons with the TT this year, running with Grant and Liquid Molly. So should hopefully be another good season. Hopefully give Adam a run for his money this year.
Absolutely. I mean,
try our best.
And the intriguing one there is that it looks like Adam's done a whole load of stuff on the Astra during the winter.
Yeah, it looks like Adam's done a whole lot, but then we've obviously had a little play with ours as well.
That's what I was going to ask.
See what we can do. See if we can give him a little bit of a challenge this year.
To be honest, it was really nice of him to put those posts up of what he's done because we know what
to do. Yeah. Good point. That's what I love about the competitive spirit in the championship. I mean, trying to remember now, is this your third season in it or second?
Second season, second in Saloon.
You kind of appeared in the back end of the year. No, you didn't, did you? So it really is.
No, we did the season before. We did 2020.
Yeah,
well.
not in the TT.
No, we were in the mini, weren't we?
Yeah, sorry, that's what I mean. In the TT.
Ah, yeah, second in the TT.
Season in the TT. The reason why I asked, making that point is that it was a massive change from the mini that you had to get used to pretty damn quickly.
Yeah, it was quite a big change. The power, how the car handled, how much earlier you have to brake sometimes compared to the mini, because you're just going that much faster.
Yeah.
That's the hard bit to get your head around.
And the fact that there's a lot more dynamic control in there of boost settings. And
yeah, we've got a few boost settings to play around with. And all sorts. Like normally I'm used to the fan just cutting in, but I've got to turn it on when it gets certain temperatures.
Oh, really?
There's a lot more driver control in the car than the mini, so that's where it's quite a big difference.
Cool though, although it's a lot to think about and to do. While, for us simpletons, we think that you're just going to be focusing on the racing, but it's like you've got more to do.
There's quite a lot to do inside the car, and if it rains, and all sorts to think about whilst you're trying to go and do a fast lap.
That is just bonkers. It really is. I'm going to wind you up now. Have you been working on your starters?
We all know that's a sore point. We're trying. We've made a few changes, so hopefully that can help us get off the line. But it's one of them. If I can't get it quite right on the start, then I'll just have to work harder in the race.
And that's the point. Is it never becomes a too big an issue. And I'm saying it in the right light because it was one of those things you had to get used to in a totally different car off the start.
It's completely different to get off the line. Like Dad's Mini, there's a lot less to do inside the car, and it's a lot easier to get off the line because it's just got that little bit less power. So it's just the power, and also being at the front end of the grid, being on the front row. I was never there before, whereas now being there in the TT, it's quite a bit different. But
yeah, I bet.
Fingers crossed.
Well, I mean, it would be great because then we know you're straight there, which would be brilliant to see that. And we mentioned about the Mini there, Pete, is that obviously you've been around your son as he was cutting his teeth on that Mini.
Yeah.
And I think you went out on it a couple of times in like track days or something.
Yeah, we've used it for track days and stuff. And then the only reason I did my race license was to do the Dave Allen, because Dave Allen, for those that don't know, 2 drivers can share a car.
Yeah.
And for me, what a massive tick box to say I raced with my son.
Yeah.
We've done it twice. Unfortunately, last year the car was broken, so we couldn't do it. But May the 1st, we're coming back out. And as you remember that one, what was it, 2 years ago, where Noah overtook us in his arc on one lap. I'm not saying it was wet.
It was mad.
And then Dave was out there flying in the Mini.
Yeah.
Because it was a piece of cake for him.
Yeah.
I take it, is the plan for that Dave Allen race this year to be in the Mini?
Just the Mini,
Yeah, we'll only do
just the Mini.
I wasn't sure if you were allowed out in the TT or not.
You can do swap car.
I meant you in the TT.
It's hard work getting him in. You have
Is
to
it
fold
really?
him up.
I have to put my knees behind my ears.
Jeez.
Yeah, it is quite snug, I think is the
So I wouldn't
expression.
fit in that either then.
No.
Jeez.
When I've got in it, it's nice, but it's small. The Mini's much more.
Which is ironic, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Maybe we should call it a maxi.
Yeah,
That's another old car, isn't it?
Showing your age there. Pete.
Yeah.
Just a tad.
I mean, it must be great from your side as well to kind of go, yeah, I'm racing with my dad, because obviously he's done a lot in your karting and all of this.
Yeah,
as well.
it is nice to race with him, and it is also nice to race against him. Like we did the open race last year when I was in the TT, and Dad was in the Mini. Although it was a bit like bringing a knife to a gunfight, it was a bit too much. But it was nice to be on the grid together, and it's also nice to race with each other. So seeing how he gets on, and thinking, right, I want to go and try and do him proud as well in the car.
That said, I bet your good lady doesn't enjoy it quite so much, because she's always nervous watching Dave.
But then I guess if you're looking through your hands like that for one, you may as well look for two, haven't you?
Probably she's still got me coming out of the speakers telling her what's happening.
Well, that is quite useful, because they do actually hear that. And as you know, they watch up on camp. And once you disappear around quarry, there's that 20, 30 seconds of what is happening. And obviously you guys do a great job of keeping them informed.
Well, and I remember, in all honesty, it was probably your wife was one of the key things in our mind with doing the streams of the races, when we had that first step back to racing, where we couldn't have everybody here, which I know was an unpopular thing, but our hands were tied. And you nearly weren't going to race at all, because it was like, no, if Mum can't see me, then she's going to be thinking the worst all the time.
We nearly didn't race, but luckily we were able to work around it, so we could race.
And she was able to see what's going on, because we had the stream there, and it enabled it. And that was, and not joking, it was genuinely was one of the drivers for that, was going, there's people that can't be here that are going, I need to know what's happening with my other half, my son or daughter, or whatever it might be. And it was there, so that's lovely to see. But obviously back watching. When's your first race this year?
Well, when we left home this morning, I'm thinking Howard's Day.
Oh,
but my son broke the car earlier on, would you believe?
Although
a little divert to Swindon, and I think it's fixed again. So fingers crossed. I'd like to do the first one of the season. That said, the Mini is massively outclassed, because it's 1.6 turbo. It has to run in Class A, and it's...
Because that's the thing, is it's actually in the saloons, not in the hot hatches.
Yes,
and it's in the same class as the TT.
That's right. So, because it doesn't qualify for Class E in the hot hatches, does it?
No, because that's only the supercharged ones, the R53s.
Right.
So, and I have to be careful when I go out in Class A, because I don't want to overtake him. You know?
I could see the nervousness on his face. What's your targets this year, Dave?
I'd like to be challenging Adam again at the top. Hopefully, try and get a few race wins, because we were so close last year at the beginning when we had that race with Tony.
That was epic, wasn't it?
That was a hard race. That was a hard race. But hopefully, try and get a couple of wins if we can. It'd be nice to get a few wins to kind of see where we can stand in the championship.
And wasn't it great last year to also see how Adam showed that you can win the class, win the championship Class A. For a long time, it was the class that you couldn't really win it.
It's usually because of the unreliability of the Class A's, because we're quite a lot faster than the other stuff. We're just pushing the cars so much further. But
that said, he won't thank you if you don't say Grant has done a stonking job. That car is so reliable.
It's all Grant,
comparatively speaking. Yeah, he doesn't even need a driver, really.
No,
thanks, Grant.
Grant's never mentioned that.
Yeah. So, incidentally, on that point, you haven't bought the TT here today, though, have you?
No, we haven't brought the TT here. It was the final few touches to go.
Okay.
It was on the dyno Thursday, having a few little tweaks to make it a little bit better for this year and a little bit faster. But we said we'll give the Mini a shakedown, because obviously that's been apart for so long. But we'll be testing the TT on the first test day. So.
Yeah, and that's the
30th
Thursday.
30th of March is the first one.
Oh, is it? So that's actually a week and a bit before the race day. Okay.
We do that one just in case we have any issues on the shakedown.
We've actually booked both test days, the 30th and the 6th.
So there is one the Thursday before that.
Yeah.
Got you. That makes sense. Okay. Which is the day before Good Friday, isn't it? Because it's a long weekend.
Yeah.
I know, because that means I'm commentating more days than normal. So I'm at Donington.
Don't lose your voice.
No, well, I'll try not to. It's insured. It's all right. Listen, guys, absolutely brilliant to talk to you. Looking forward to it. Sounds exciting from the Class A and the potential overall championship fight. Great to see you out racing, Pete. I know I jokingly put Dave and his dad, but I genuinely can't wait. You know me, I love to sort of like make a story about it. And you guys are passionate, not just about your own racing, but about the racing club and the circuit.
Absolutely.
You know, you'll be, I'm imagining again this time, you'll be at the AGM.
Yeah.
Come along to see how it's working, where anybody can come to that, as far as I'm aware. and we're interviewing. I'm doing the interview that night of Mike Wilds, which, if you don't know anything about him, there's loads to find out. He raced Formula One and all sorts of things. Great guy, and that's who we're interviewing on that night. So I don't get to do my usual thing of scoot after the food.
Well, we haven't noticed before.
I can normally get away with it because you're listening to someone else talk instead of me by then. So it's like,
well, we even saw you the other week, didn't we? Yeah, at that Pegasus Motor
Oh, that's
Club.
right. You had to listen to my life story at the Pegasus Motor Club.
Yeah.
It's
good.
Sorry about that, mate.
Well,
You were there going, I'm afraid that's not right, Chris.
Yeah. The only request next time, can you have Pete Spiller and his son?
Well, I will, mate. I will.
No.
Let's say it all depends how you do on Bank Holiday Monday.
So it's going to be Dave and his dad then?
Yeah, it will be.
Guys, thank you. Thank you
Chris.
very much.
Chris.
Great to see you. So there you go. It is Pete and his son. There you go. They'll be out in the Saloon Car Championship first race on Howard's Day, by the sounds of it. 10th of April, yeah.
10th of April.
So we'll see you then. Catch up with you a bit. I'll put you back to the circuit. I'll be back with some more interviews in due course. Let's remove what now looks like sunglasses, but welcome back. I just went and grabbed myself some lunch. No sooner was I walking back that suddenly realised I know I can grab. We've got last year's Castle Combe GT champion, Kevin Bird.
Hi, Chris. Nice to see you.
And you. How you doing, mate?
Very good. Thank you very much.
You got the Porsche back out there again?
Yeah, out today. We've been out once already this season at Silverstone.
Of course,
I think you might have even been now.
I wasn't that one, no.
And the Classic Sports Car Club round there on the GP circuit. In February, we had the amazing day.
Sunny,
Weather was great.
Yeah,
it was a bit
cold. Yeah.
But it was a great day. So, yeah, did a day there. I raced out, that went really well. We did a test day up here and thought we'd come up today as well and see everybody, really. It's a bit of a social, isn't it?
Yeah,
as much as anything else.
Weren't you kind of a late decision on that? Because I thought someone had told me you guys weren't coming up.
We found a problem with the car after Silverstone, and I thought as an ideal opportunity to come up here today and see if we can find out if it's made an improvement.
Yeah, because last year we had a limit as well on the sound level, the noise level, didn't we? And we managed to get it higher. Would that have excluded you last
I think I would have been okay. I've got another exhaust, so we could have fitted that if necessary, but we'd have been right.
Right, that beautiful Porsche that we were even lucky enough to have in that amazing setup we had for the awards.
Yeah, it was what a great night. Clever,
some amazing photos of Concorde and your Porsche. It just looks wonderful, doesn't it? What have you done on it over the winter? Anything?
The gearbox was rebuilt.
Oh, really?
It did all last season and found some wear in it, so I had that rebuilt. Rebuilt the brakes, just more maintenance than anything else.
Okay.
In fact, last year was the first year ever, and I shouldn't say this, but we never had a DNF. All the time I've raced.
You've done it now.
I've done it now. I mean, have a whole season and not sit with the marshals watching the cars go around is really nice. It's happened too many times. So it's all been a lot of preventative maintenance, and then we found a major issue with the brakes that I wasn't aware of, and it has a Bosch Motorsport system in it.
Yeah.
Brilliant system. I've never felt very good with it. Didn't seem to be right to me. And after Silverstone, it was live streaming. We could see the rear brakes were locking. And after a lot of research, found out that the rear brakes had been plumbed the wrong way round.
No.
I promise you. So the ABS unit was sensing.
And yet that's what you won the championship with last year.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
I know. But looking back now, we can see where there were issues. And today, hopefully, when we're dry session, let's have to find out. But hoping it will be better.
Does it feel different? I mean, I know you say you haven't pushed it fully yet.
It didn't. I went out when it was wet first thing, and it definitely felt
Really?
different. Whether it's better, I don't know, but I'm hoping it will be.
Yeah, I guess you've got to now get used to it because you've got used because it was new to you last year.
Yeah, in April last year.
Yeah.
So I did the first couple of rounds in the BMW, and then the rest of the season in the Porsche.
Because I was disgusted with you for changing the colour colour of the Porsche, wasn't it?
Oh, it was black and red. It looked terrible.
But hey, let's be honest, it was black and bright pink, wasn't it?
was
Really,
horrible.
I loved it.
I hated it.
It stood out from the commentary box.
Yeah,
That was for sure.
I'm sure it did. But no, I don't even like stickers on cars. The whole wrap.
Yours
had
is
to go.
always. Although your Nissan broke away from that after a while, didn't it? You went with like the traditional white, red, and blue.
Yeah, went for that sort of like the Australian touring car.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to break it up a bit. Everyone was nagging me to put some colour on it. So.
I know. I went. Has Kevin been drinking? He's got some colour on his car. What's going on?
Yeah, it was a bit unlikely, but we're back to all white now.
It was.
Right,
It is. Okay, so preventative maintenance. Brakes working as they should be for the first time.
Yeah,
I mean, that sounds promising for a good year then, maybe.
Fingers crossed. I mean, Doug Watson's got a new car. They're a lot faster than us, so
Oh,
that's
really?
going to be interesting to see how he goes. Keith Butcher's out with a new car again,
Yeah,
much faster than us. But who knows? This year, I'm going to do the championship with Charlie, my son. We're going to do a race each.
I was saying earlier, I think it was with Ian Danaher when we had, and I was like going, forgive me, I know I should know this off by heart, but I'm thinking of a million things today.
Yeah.
And I said that I thought that we'd put a new thing in that you could they're double headers, because Ian said it's great that they're double headers.
Yes.
And I said, I'm pretty sure you can have different drivers in each, but it all counts to the championship.
It does. So when there's a double header, you each do you both qualify, and then whoever's the fastest lap or the two fastest laps sets your position in the two races. Doesn't matter which driver does it.
Okay.
And then you share the points. So I'll do a race, Charlie will do a race. Whatever he scores, I get, and vice versa, plus your own points. And that continues throughout the season. There's a single header. So only one of us will be able to do that on the Dave Allen weekend, but we'll do the Dave Allen as well. And there's also the ability, I think, to drop one round. So you wouldn't necessarily have to do that single header. You could just make that your drop round potentially.
Yeah.
But it means that people can share the racing and share the costs if they want to. Or we like racing together, the Classic Sports Car Club stuff. Great for us.
I feel a bit smug now, actually. Anybody that was listening earlier will know that was I used you guys as a prime example for that.
Sorry, I wasn't watching.
No, I mean, it was ironic. I was like going, I'm pretty sure. And Ian said, yeah, like they do in the Classic Sports Car Club. And it's like going, there you go, we were right.
Yeah.
And you would think we know what we're talking about. Not always the way, but...
Well, the entry already looks good for the first round. I think Charlie and I are the only two driver team, but I think it was 17, 18 cars last time I looked for GTs, which is really good at the start.
But it's opening up that opportunity for people to do that if that's appropriate for them. And that's the key thing, isn't it? And we sometimes get it. You get like Jazz Sapper and Lucky Carer and Lee Frost and all that lot. Although they've got the ability to race their own cars, they quite often do it where they sort of share and double up.
It's just more fun.
Absolutely, I can imagine.
It's just great fun doing it.
Especially a special one with its son and dad. It's got to be cool.
Yeah, I mean, with our car, I look after. He helps me as well. We go up, just the two of us together. We run it together all day. It's a proper boys' day out.
Absolutely, and it always is. Whenever I wander around, and not just here, because obviously I bump into you guys elsewhere around the country as the year goes on. And it is, you're just there and you're just having fun. Everything's relaxed and it's cool.
Yeah.
And it is that sort of dad, lad, and trailer because you just do it.
That's it.
Turn up with as little fuss as possible and just have a nice, enjoyable, relaxing day.
That's the thing. And then you look at the next level of series up, and everyone's sat there looking miserable when you get a British GTs or GT Cup or any of that stuff. No one looks like they're having any fun
because it becomes serious.
And I'm not interested. We just want to do it for laughs.
And I know because you and I have had private conversations about that in the paddock, haven't we? So and that's what you like to do, and that's what this is supposed to be about, isn't
exactly
it?
That.
And I love the GTs. I always have done the eclectic mix of cars, isn't it?
Well, it is. Last season was the first season I ever did a season of GTs. I've been doing the swing car since forever.
Yeah.
And had all sorts of ups and downs through there. And then decided perhaps GTs in the M3 last year was my plan. And then suddenly the opportunity came up to buy the Cup car, and it was fantastic since then. So yeah, we'll be sticking to slick racing from now on.
I like the sound of that. Where's the Beamer these days?
I sold it to a chap called George Haynes, and he tested it yesterday for the first time at Silverstone, and he's going to race it in Masters GT Trophy and maybe some brick car as well.
I like the sound of that. What about the Nissan? Took a while to sell, but
the Nissan was a nightmare. So the Nissan, I sold the engine to.
Oh really?
Is it Jimmy Broadbent? Have I got that name right?
Sounds familiar.
I think he's like a YouTuber.
Yeah.
So he's putting it in an MX-5, or might even be in an MX-5.
As you do.
As you do. And then the body of the rolling chassis, Josh Harvey bought off me. I think he did some saloons and some hot hatch, and he's put a Honda engine in it.
As you do.
Yeah, as you do. Yeah, so it's been scattered across the world, and I sold lots of other bits of it to the States, and so it was broken in the end. Yeah, it was a good car on a good day, but we had more bad days than good days with that one.
It was precious, wasn't it? It was. I remember, including some where you were in like a really good position. I
Yeah.
remember it, and you suddenly stopping over at like the S's and things like that.
So many times it was torture.
Yeah. Oh, I can imagine. Well, it sounds good. I love the fact, and I've just realised if you're planning to do 2 races, how did we? Just so everybody knows, is that I was chatting to Charles Hyde Andrewsburg, Chab, as we know him affectionately here.
Yeah.
And then yourself, as you came out of the pit lane, we were all chatting, and then he threw you under the bus and said, "There you go and interview." And he's gone wandering off.
He has. He's made me come in here,
and yet he's racing this year as well.
Yeah, he is. He should have come in here. You should grab him. In fact,
should have been both of you at the same time. That would have been. Yeah, we'll get him back for that. Even if he escapes today, he's not escaping every time. We'll get him.
Good.
Listen.
Chris,
thank you very much. Good to see you,
nice
my friend.
Nice to chat to you. I'll see you on Easter Monday.
Easter Monday, the champ's back. Let's see what we're going to do with the Porsche. I'll be back with the next interview in a minute. can tell I've just popped out again, haven't you? Because the glasses have gone. But I'm back, and I've got someone else in the hot seat already. And we've gone from GTs, we're back to Formula Fords again, and it's a new driver to our championship, but he's still local. He lives in my neck of the woods in Swindon. We got Lucas Romanek. Lucas, welcome, mate.
Yeah.
So you're joining the full season for us here, the 2023, in a Class A Formula Ford. That you're no stranger to the car. You might be new to us here, but you've been doing a lot already.
Yeah, definitely. We did, we've done 2 seasons now, as you know. And it's just been amazing just to learn the class. And we feel like we've got a grasp on how it works and obviously all the competitors. So hopefully we'll smash it this year.
Yeah, I like that. And in fairness, there's no reason to think that you wouldn't. You're certainly going to be fighting at the pointy end, and it's adding another person to that pointy end in our championship, which I know loads of people will love. That's why there's so many Formula Ford fans. Yeah. The reason I say that is that you came 3rd in the National Formula Ford Championship last year. I know that I've interviewed you winning or podium or whatever you in some of the other Formula Ford series and championships. And you jumped into a British Formula 4. Yeah. No, we can't call it that, can we? GB4. I'll get sued for saying that, won't I? GB4. And even though it was like your first time jumping it, you won.
Yeah. Yeah, we won the 3rd race.
At Silverstone?
At Silverstone GP, yeah.
That's right, the full GP
massive track, yeah.
And that's your first time jumping into that weekend, was just jumping into it, because you didn't even get any testing in from memory, did you?
We had one sort of shakedown at Donington, and then that was it.
Wow.
We went to Silverstone, we rolled the car out the garage and it's scraping along the floor. And then we push it back in, just get a bit of ride height to it, and I hope for the best, really. And then, that was the first time out, but it was real sort of culture shock from coming from Formula Ford into what was a British GT weekend. Yeah, and it was absolutely massive, and just cars everywhere. Yeah, it was amazing.
It is another level. I know from when I'm commentating on those meets, it goes up a notch, doesn't it? It's quite amazing. And of course, you were jumping into wings and slicks. Yeah. Totally different to the Formula Ford.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I am 19 now.
19, so another youngster that we've got coming to the fold here, and it's fair to say you're not coming here to make up the numbers. You are straight away targeting the championship.
Yeah, well, we'd like to hope so. Yeah,
and it's not out of the question, genuinely. And this is a circuit because, like myself, you're a local boy that was here watching.
Yeah. I have so many fond memories of Castle Combe. I remember that I used to come in with my brother and like my family and stuff, and we'd always pick a car, like, who do you think's going to win? And then I always pick this Orange Radical. If you know who used to drive it?
Yes, I do. And I got a mental block if anyone's watching the Orange Radical. I should know because I'm good friends with him as well when I see him. But he's been away. He does plane racing nowadays.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's a bit of a change.
It was a bit, yeah.
But I always used to pick that Orange Radical because he would just fly around, like just demolish everyone else.
It really was incredibly quick. So you grew up watching here, fell in love with racing here. I know I was chatting to your dad, and it was fair to say that this is where you fell in love with racing. Yeah. And yet it's taken to now for you to come a racer on it. You did it like the opposite way to a lot of people did, where you went national first. But this is along with other things this year.
Yeah, definitely.
What else are you doing?
United Formula Ford Championship, and then the full national championship. So it's pretty hectic. It's April is back to back races.
Wow, yeah,
race weekend,
and that includes back to back that I should be commentating on you because I'll be commentating you at Donington in the national United. Yeah, that's what's that 1st, 2nd of April.
Yeah.
I'm there for that one, and then here on Bank Holiday Monday.
Yeah.
So I'll have some insight into how you did on the first race when I'm commentating on that one as well. Yeah. So you're doing Castle Combe Formula 4 Championship, the National Championship, the United, and that's James Beckett's for those aficionados around us. That we know that he's like Mr. Formula Ford, and what he doesn't know about Formula 4s isn't worth knowing. So
yeah.
that's a busy. Do none of the dates clash then?
No,
really,
fortunately not.
Wow, that's good
think
news
so.
then, because normally they do, don't they?
Yeah. I know GB4 clashes with us a lot of races for the national. So yeah, that would be a bit.
And you're saying that as well, like you were hoping to get back out in the GB4 a bit this year as well.
Yeah, well, that'd be that. Well, yeah, that's what we'd hope for. Definitely, yeah.
I like the sound of that. Who's running you?
Oldfield, James Oldfield.
Oldfield Motorsport are here, and which again in my mind is always a black car, which it is. But you've got a wicked sponsor that's added some pretty bright colours to the car as well.
Yeah, we're massively excited to have Zoom on board this year.
Not the Zoom as in the video conferencing.
No. It's ZZOOMM.
Right.
Yeah, it's a fibre optics company.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Which is bright pink, bright yellow.
Be careful. Be careful.
Oh, is it not pink? Sorry.
It's magenta.
Magenta.
Yeah.
Kind of a day glow magenta then. White. And am I allowed to say yellow, or is it not? Is it gold? I don't know.
I don't know about the yellow, but I think you can call it, yeah.
But it's definitely big stripes. For me as a commentator, I was chatting to Dad yesterday, and I was like, thank God for that. I can pick that one out clearly.
Yeah, it is quite striking, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I like the look of that. How is the car feeling?
Yeah, good. We had a little bit of a problem this morning, just for a little shakedown, but you're always going to get that when you're blowing off the cobwebs. And cars will run faultlessly for the rest of the day, just really shaking everything down, learning the track, and trying to deal with some of this weather.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag, isn't it? Which is quite incredible. Yeah. And on that front, I've said about the fact that you grew up around this sort of neck of the woods, Swindon. Yeah. What's that? 30 minutes drive away. You came here watching.
Yeah.
But does that mean you've never actually driven around here?
No, never. Apart from when my dad was a marshal. Obviously, any marshals watching will know who marshaled at Castle Combe. You get to drive on the track when you finish. So my dad he used to have an Audi, and we took that round for half a lap.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether they do that anymore. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember. I don't think I've seen them do it. I got a feeling that got stopped. But I remember it used to be. Yeah. Because I got to do it once at Alton Park from the commentary box on the far side at Knickerbrook. Yeah. And then onto the circuit, drove my car around to the main paddock at the end of the day. And I was like, how cool is this? Yeah. Oh, sorry, my foot became a bit heavy. Yeah. I mean, then, as the person that this is where you fell in love with racing, to then be out there for the first time this morning, how did that feel?
Yeah, just, it was quite surreal, to be fair, because I was expecting it to be a lot different to sort of what I thought.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. Especially Quarry, I was like, I'm just billing it straight away. I literally thought that I would just have an off straight away.
Really?
But it's a lot more forgiving than it sort of seems. But I guess in a Formula 4 that everything is a little bit easier than a tin top maybe.
Yeah, maybe. And I mean, I guess, how much is your racecraft that fine may have been learned and worked on elsewhere is, but you've rocked up here with that, because I've always said there's a reason why that corner is the busiest spectator bank.
Yeah, definitely.
It is challenging and a lot happens up there. But you've rocked up there with your experience and you've taken it on. But was it still that adrenaline as you went up over Avon Rise and into it?
Yeah, definitely. When you first go up over it and you blip down the gearbox, it's just a brilliant feeling, to be fair.
I bet. Yeah. And of course, that's one thing doing it today. Easter Monday, you got to go hurtling up there with 3 wide.
I'm looking forward to that. That would be a bit of an experience,
I absolutely love the sound of it. I mean, you know that you're going to be in good company. I mean, the guys that we have at the front here, I'm assuming that you will have raced against them in whether it's the likes of Walter Hayes, which I believe you're doing Walter Hayes in the festival this year as well. Are you not?
Not yet. Okay. No. I think we'll just sort of see how things play out and then sort of see see if any sponsors wanna pick us up for the.
Because I believe it when I see it for you. I'm not going to racing. If you could, you would. Everybody wants to do that.
Yeah, of course, everyone.
If they can, you want to be there.
Yeah.
But the point being is that you come across some of those guys in those and what have you as well. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Best of luck on Easter Monday.
Thank you.
Are you back out in the car again today?
Yeah, I think we have one more session.
Yeah. And you're taking it out there again. By that point, is it just for your sake, or is there still bits and pieces going on in the car?
I mean, yeah, I'd say for my sake, but I think my dad and James would probably say otherwise. I think they probably just want to bring it home in one piece and just don't rag the off it.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, listen, Lucas, best of luck this year, mate.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time. Keep your eyes out. This is going to be one of the Formula 4 drivers that you can expect to see at the pointy end of the championship if he has it his way right at the front. Thanks for that. We'll catch up with another interview very shortly. And I think it's straight away. I'm going to be grabbing an interview with Wiltshire College Motorsport, David Campion, and Amelia Vincent, who's driving one of their saloons in the Hot Hatch series. So we're about to go and grab them. We'll jump straight back on for our next interview. Right, we're back. Slight change of plan. Why does that seem to be over the wrong way? No, that's fine now. But slight change of plan because I accosted someone else who I told to come over earlier, and he's been so busy I've not been able to speak to him. But Kieran Atwood, hello, mate.
All right.
Oh, good. You?
Not too bad.
We seem to have a Formula Ford flavour at the moment because, again, you're back out in the Formula Fords again this year.
Yeah.
And you finished third in the outright championship last year.
Yeah.
And in Class A?
Yes.
Yes, it was. I thought so. In your how many seasons?
That was my third full season.
Yeah.
So it was my fourth, but third full one.
But it's just been one of those ones, and if anybody's listened into any of the commentary, whether you've been at Circuit or it's been anywhere else, you'll know that I've mentioned numerous times, being super impressed, is that you kind of, for me, I said it was this sensible improvement, is that you just kind of got used to it, and then it was up there, and you were right up there. I mean, was I watching that right from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing from the start has just been a slow learning curve because I've not done any karting like competitively.
That's right, I remember that now.
I only done karting a handful of times when I was younger, and yeah, just one of my things was always I just want to race. I used to watch Formula One and look at Michael Schumacher. I used to say that's what I want to do. But obviously, yeah, just a slow jump in the car, and then every race, every qualifying session, every session is just a learning curve. Especially last year, being able to be right behind Luke and Felix, that was probably the biggest jump in learning.
Absolutely.
Just racecraft as well, how they fight each other whilst all at the same time being second lap faster than everyone else.
So you were watching a lot and learning a lot, even whilst that's amazing. And I mean, it's obvious when you think about it, but I'm just super impressed with that. So you're now even more dangerous than you were last year. That's what we're probably talking about here. And that really hones into the message. I know your mum's always watching and what have you. Hi, Julie. It was Julie, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. I questioned myself then, but I know that she always is. But I've always said, and I think she's heard me say it numerous times because she'd reply, is that I love watching. It's all too easy to go out gung-ho from the start.
Yeah.
And it doesn't then necessarily work out. You psych yourself out, or you suddenly lose money because you've damaged things or whatever. Whereas you could see it as that you were just feeling your way in nicely, and the fact that you were still learning, and you probably, by the sounds of it, will learn even more again this year.
Yeah.
I mean, I take it your plan now is, you were there in third, is that you're aiming higher again.
Yeah. Obviously, last year was more sit behind Luke, Felix, fight them if I get the chance, but more just sit there and pick up the scraps. But this year, I'd like to be there with them and push them a bit harder, and improve on third.
and you know, in all honesty, it's going to be just as hard a task. We were just interviewing Lucas Romanek, for example.
Yep.
He's going to be at the pointy end. And that's quite common. You know, we forever would see like 5-6 drivers at least in that front pack.
Yeah.
And you must have, because you used to watch here.
Yes. Yeah.
So you'll have seen that happening many times.
Yeah.
You know, Adam Higgins and Stephen Jensen, and you know, on and on we could go even further back and what have you. Because where are you from?
Stroud.
So you know, it is the local circuit.
Yeah.
How old are you?
25.
25, still young enough. That it's I mean, what's the goal? Or what's the dream? Maybe
everyone's dream, obviously, is to get to the top, but obviously too old for that. But it's just to have fun, as it is, and just maybe pick up a win. That would be the biggest achievement.
Yeah. And take them from there.
Just
once
keep
you got one,
way up.
Yeah. That's the problem, isn't it? That the dream keeps growing. Yeah. I mean, interesting picking up on that comment is that I've loved watching, because as you know, I'm sort of here, there, and everywhere, commentating on all sorts. And the dream vocalized these days is less and less, I want to get to Formula One.
Yeah.
It is, I want to be a professional racing driver.
Yeah.
And of course, you get to work yourself through. And GT racing, for example, is the biggest place that it's at, where you get to earn a living behind a wheel.
Yeah.
And that seems to be the more popular one. Now, I know that you still sort of say, although you're going yet too old and whatever, but is there still a dream to be able to make your full living behind the wheel?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the GT thing, thought about a lot, obviously doing open wheel now, but I've always liked the concept of like endurance racing.
Yes.
The whole thing of one car, but there's 3 drivers in that one car, all working as a team, trying to get the best out of it, and just all that complicated stuff behind it. So I have always liked the idea of something like a GT car.
But it's valuable lessons from Formula Ford, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I remember Kieran Haggerty, Scottish young, I say young driver, sadly, is that money stopped him being able to do it. He still works for McLaren. But I came across him in Formula Fords at Alton Park, it was originally, and then elsewhere. Blew my mind. He was amazing, and I made it very clear that I could see that he was, and he genuinely was. He then went on to what would it have been at the time, like GB3 as it is now.
Yeah,
it would have been possibly F3.
Yeah,
name changing, I don't remember. So that was the wings and slicks, and then he went into GT racing for a little while. Now, the reason why I say this story is that both actually in the F3 as well, the wings and slicks there, is that they were out, and it was not a rich team that was able to throw everything at it. The tyres were old, they were slicks, and it started raining halfway through the race.
All right.
Everybody else out there was suddenly struggling, falling off. He came absolutely into his own because of the mechanical grip that you learn in Formula Fords. He was able, because the wings and slicks were irrelevant by that point. Yeah. And he's like going, okay,
yeah,
I know, you've got it. And if you bypassed it, you've lost it. He did the same in a McLaren, I think it was the 570 or whatever. And again, he was still able to use those skills. And so it's transitional skills, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the mechanical grip, that's why people say Formula Ford, you can go from these cars or drop back to these cars, and they show the good drivers.
Yes.
Because it's always... There's nothing apart from slide it around a corner and just open sticks. You haven't got anything to help you.
No, exactly.
It's all just driver based. That's why it's so close all the time.
And people just get so hooked on it. I mean, you say like the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival and the Water Haze. You get people that have gone off to do amazing things, and they'll still come back and race in that.
Yeah,
because they just love it.
Yeah, it's like Max Esterton.
Yes.
He's now Red Bull Junior. On the Red Bull program, it's like, which it sort of catches you by surprise because you're driving these Formula Fords, and next minute you see Max, who's very quick and very accomplished. All of a sudden, Red Bull driving, you're like, oh my god, they do look down this far. You don't ever think, oh, Red Bull, they might look only as far as some of the lower formulas, but they do look right down. Because my other thing was I thought they might look more towards karting than looking at Formula Ford. That sort of area, and not because Formula Ford is. I feel like sometimes it gets lost nowadays. Compared to other series,
kind of like overlooked inadvertently because there's a misunderstanding because it's been around for so long, probably.
Yeah, and a lot of these junior programs are looking for really young kids that they can work with from the start.
Well, you can't jump into a Formula Ford until you're 17 or 18, 17.
Something like that.
Must be 17 because you can learn to drive then. But either way, the point being is you can't jump into a Formula Ford when you're 60. Or below or whatever. If you wait until you're old enough to jump to a Formula Ford, you could have lost some years. That's the problem that we're faced with in these classic Formula Fords. It doesn't feel right to call them that, but we know what I mean. They've been around forever. Okay, well, I mean, listen, awesome year last year. So enjoying your development, watching it happen. Best of luck for this year.
Thank you.
Let's see you up the pointy end. Let's see what happens. But above all, have another enjoyable season.
I shall. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kieran.
Cheers.
Appreciate it. Cheers. You take us, Eddie. So Kieran Atwood back in the Formula Fords this year. And I think I should be getting Wiltshire College up now. Be back in a moment. Right, I have now managed to get hold of them. I said I've been teasing Wiltshire College for a little while, and I've got two of them now. We've got Amelia Vincent, kicking and screaming to be here, okay, to add, and David Campion will be kicking and screaming to keep him quiet, let's be honest. Good morning, good afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon to you both.
Afternoon. Thanks for having us.
No, thank you for joining us. I mean, you guys have been really busy out there, and that's only with one car, David.
Yes, it is, yeah. So it's only one at the moment.
That's the point. What did
yeah.
you tell me yesterday? 5?
Possibly 5 this season, yeah. Possibly up to 5. So it could be really, really busy. It looks like it might be 3, but it could be up to 5.
Oh,
So,
okay,
yeah.
so 3 to 5.
Yeah.
And the point being is that what I love about this, I mean, the name kind of gives it away. Wiltshire College, it is about the fact that students get to run these cars.
Yeah, so the good thing about us is that we try and get the students to do everything we possibly can. So there's 5 or 6 students out there now. Amelia is one of our ex-students who's now turned to racing. I don't know why, but yeah. But yeah, we just try and get the students to get the experience and try and get the hands on, and then that goes into the classroom. But students seem to enjoy it. They're all loving it today, so even in the rain.
And it's so much, it's all very well in the classroom, but to get out there and get an Amelia, presumably, were you able to do it before? You're an ex-student now, were you hands-on at the time? It's got to just bring it so much more to life.
Yeah, really is. Yeah.
And that's under the hood. Everybody's doing different things on the cars, preparing them, because you've only got the Formula Ford here today, but there's others that are in various stages of development. And
yes.
Where did it come for you, Amelia, to suddenly get behind the wheel?
So it was actually when I was finishing my dissertation. I'd literally handed my dissertation over, and Ethan and Dave were stood in the room going, "Do you want to drive one of our race cars?" I'm like, "Oh, that's a fair trade. I'll take that. Yes, please. Where do I start?"
Wow.
So yeah. No,
Had you done anything by that point?
I'd done karting, so I'd done racing karts, so I've done that for 7 seasons, 6 or 7 seasons prior.
Okay.
So yeah, really, really lucky, very lucky.
Wasn't the greatest of years for you last year, was it?
No.
Let's keep it clean. But it was a challenging year, wasn't it, for you and the team?
Yeah. It certainly was, yeah. There's just no other way. The challenging's putting it politely.
I just thought I'd pull the pin and we'll see
Yeah,
where that one went.
I could go longer for that one.
I've never spent so much time on the motorway to take my engine to an engine rebuilder. That's for sure.
Really?
Yeah.
I did like saying pull the pin, by the way, because we did say grenaded quite a lot last year.
Yeah, you got nicknamed Grenade.
Hey, listen, it was just deliberate so that the team got to learn even more things, including resilience.
Bless their hearts, yeah.
But what's this year? First of all, what's the car?
Honda Civic.
Honda Civic.
So back in the Civic that we drove 2 years ago.
2 years ago,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, dragging her out of the garage. She's coming out to play again.
But I think that's because I'm sure I saw a social post from you saying back to the oldie faithful kind of vibe to the post, wasn't it? Because she was.
Yeah, we had so much fun in her. Like obviously first season in cars. So many good memories, and she's just handled so well. And the team loved her because she just didn't put a foot wrong, unlike the MG. But yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
Which is unusual for an MG, actually, I have to say, because normally they're race because they're bulletproof.
They are popular. They are popular.
They are very popular, but you just need to drive that and make sure that you put it in the right gear, isn't it? It's all the bridge under the water, and it's all water under the bridge. Sorry, but yeah, it's, with the Hondas, it's just reliability, and it just means that we can get out there and actually get some lap times, and students can actually get on the cars and understand how they work and things like that.
I mean, there's got to be an interesting aspect for the students there of bringing a car out of cobweb covered semi-retirement type thing. Is that they don't sit well in that situation.
They don't. I mean, this car definitely didn't sit well. The engine wasn't even in it 3 weeks ago. So so we were going to swap the engines and go to a bigger size, but getting parts and things like that has proved tricky. So we're going back to the 1.4 Class D. And then we're racing in 1.4 Class D because we know that runs, it's reliable, get you out, get some track time. And then we might start looking at other things, which is interesting. So, which is quite fun. But
is that off the record for now?
It's not fully off the record, so people know that we're looking at the City Car Cup, definitely. So we're looking at that, and Amelia's obviously might be working with us on that one.
Cool.
But we'll just have to see how things go. We've got a car at the moment that we're building. But we'll just have to see how things go this season, basically.
And of course, don't forget, if you're building one, you can race that here in one of the special races that we're doing this year in the
carnival event, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
with prize money.
Ooh, you're doing that then?
Yeah, if you realise that. Yeah, we've got is it just for C1s or is it all for all of the?
I think I saw it was only C1s, but I'll try and convince the club to let us in.
What have you got?
Nigel.
Okay. Yeah, so you might not really good, but the point being is that a benefactor that wants to remain anonymous at the moment is a transport company that's been involved in various guises, and they've put up a prize fund of, I think it's £1,500 in total, that's then filtered down. And the winner gets 650 quid cash prize.
That's really good.
Of the race. It's a special one-off at the moment, and seeing how it goes. The reason, and it's down to fourth place gets cash. So first to fourth get cash prizes. I didn't know the figures until this morning when Ken Davis was briefing the media team as part of this media day today. And from a spectator point, it's always entertaining. I've covered numerous of those kind of races. They're easy to misinterpret and think, what?
So we've got students working on the C1 Cup actually this weekend. They're up with the C1s this weekend and the
Silverstone.
Silverstone this week. There's 2 of them up there or 3, and they're just enjoying it. I've already had messages saying that we want to enter this and stuff like that. So
I'm not surprised.
We always try and listen to the students. Like when you were with us, we only had the Fords, didn't we? And then your last year, we asked you what you wanted, and that's why we've got tin tops. And then my race engineer likes Hondas, so we went to the Honda route. I know many chassis numbers now and chassis models, which I didn't think I would know previously. But now I do. But yeah, it's just trying to get out there again, isn't it? And I think you want to be with us as well, because we're quite relaxed, but I think you understand what the students want out of it as well, which is always
obviously
nice.
Being a student myself, it was
Get it. Which is understanding what they want out of it, but also understanding the patience and understanding that might be required, because you've got to accept they're not they've been doing it for years and years and they just go done.
There's a few things that we've turned up with and you're like, oh, that needs changing and things like that, and it's all about learning experience.
Absolutely. And that's the point, and they're learning on it. I love it. Speak to us about the Wiltshire College and University Centre. One of the sites based here at Castle Combe.
So we do a foundation degree, with Oxford Brookes University. We run the foundation degree programme here. We also do a top-up, so that's from taking you basically from an FD-Eng to a B-Eng qualification, which is IMechE accredited as well. That basically means that you can go into motorsport from that position, go and work in Formula One. We've got ex-students in McLaren now on the automotive side. We've got people working in GT Cup and stuff like that in the UK. And it's all stemmed from basically what the predecessors did before me, and it's building bigger and getting more students on board and things like that. Just means that we have more time, well, we'll have less time to do the cars, but we have more hands to do it, which is always good. We obviously have the level 2 and level 3 at Chippenham. So we do the level 2 motorsport and level 3 motorsport. And that's building as well. So we're getting more and more applications for that. People seem to be really enjoying what we're doing. We try to listen to the students as much as we can and try and adapt what we can as well. Can be tricky sometimes, especially with time constraints and things. But when they get over to Combe, they seem to enjoy it. They enjoy our dedication that we have to the course. Students must come first when it comes to that sort of thing. So, and it definitely is a challenge, but you got through it with the old course that we run.
Yep.
You can see the differences in the course that we run this year.
I am a survivor. Yep.
But it's a one-on-one sort of lecturing, education sort of personal thing, and it's instead of being lecture halls of 150, we've got class sizes of 18, for instance.
Right.
And it's
really lovely.
Really nice small group sizes, and it means that you get the one-to-one tuition that you want, sort of thing. But still being able to educate yourself and go on and research things and test different things. We've got so many projects going on this year.
Really?
That is just interesting. There's some that are really, really high-tech engineering that are going on. And it would be nice to see the outcomes of them. And some of them will appear on some of the cars that we run, because we do sometimes do that. We've been in trouble with some of the Castle Combe stuff before because we've pushed the limits of said regulations.
Which is what you're supposed to do.
We see a loophole and then we go, all right, we'll do that. And then we get told, no. Like, all right, okay, fine. We won't do that.
Against the spirit.
Yes, that's been lined in there. That's in actually in the regs this year. So the spirit of the regulations come into it quite a lot. So we have to just be aware of that. But we've got a wind tunnel over there that we use. We have got a Sports 2000 car which was going to be built with a diesel engine in, but hasn't got anything in at the moment. So we use that a lot for aero testing and things like that. Just modelled it and things. We've got the Hondas. We've got students doing project on that. got diffuser projects, splitter projects, rear wing projects. So lots of aero things.
Wow.
That we obviously can't do a lot of.
Not
in
in
our
Formula
regulations.
Ford, you definitely can't.
No, Formula Ford. There's a few things in Formula Ford that you can do, but we've stayed clear of because I know it'll upset a fair few people. So there's a few little tricks that we could do. We've discussed as students and members of staff. You could do this. It's not in the regs, but then it's the spirit of the regulations.
And I've got to say, the one car you do have here is a Formula Ford, and it's Stephen Billett who's going out racing. It's a cracking livery on that.
Thank you very much.
I love that. I mean, it is obviously the colours, isn't it? The blue and
yeah,
green.
Yeah, it's gone back to the blue, green, and white.
Just it's not just simple dump of blue and green on it. I like that.
So
you know me as a commentator, is that two things: is that A, it stands out, it's easier to see, and B, is that I've just chatted to people several times. Is that as a youngster on the spectator bank, you're there and you go, I'm picking that car. And it will invariably be because it stands out. It looks good, and that one does look good.
Yeah, and that's all done by the students, and it's been designed. It's been designed by a student. A young girl who's actually did a competition this year for the design. So it's been inspired by that design, shall I say?
Wow.
Which will be fully launched because it hasn't got all the stickers on yet or anything like that. So still a few little tweaks to do to it.
Okay.
But we've just got it in the right colours for the media day, basically, so we could actually start trying to sell sponsorship, basically, and. Just being honest with that.
Yeah.
Trying to sell space in the cars. So, yeah, there's a few more stickers to go on, especially Wiltshire College ones. We've got to get them a little bit brighter. We've put black on, it should have been white, so we're going to switch them over. But yeah, so it's interesting to see, and it's probably the most striking livery we've done in.
That's why I thought it did. It stood out to me as a little bit more.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, what was it? Yellow
and black.
Yeah. I mean, obviously that stands out in its own sweet way, but. I just do a lot, and it still stood out as me as the old colours. I mean, it used to have but it would be a lot more.
Yeah, we used to run Matt Hallam, obviously, and that was probably more blue and white.
Yeah, and David Vivens
was just all white for one season, actually, with blue on the back as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're just trying to make it more striking and stand out a bit more. We're still black and yellow in the Civics, but they might change eventually. But we've got possibly a sponsor on board for that one.
Okay.
So they might steer that. And the main reason why we went black and yellow, so we could actually see them on the pit wall.
Yes.
When it was a few years ago, it was very difficult to see our cars. So, and especially with students trying to get pit boards out. There's many laps. Many laps where they got missed. I think you got missed a fair few times as well, didn't you?
Yeah, and I missed Dave Vivian as well. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so you did it.
Yeah, I done it there. Yeah. So
what goes round comes around.
Yeah. Yes, all right, it's fine.
So what's your plans racing this year then? Hot hats, but what are you gunning for?
Oh, I'm going to keep that quiet.
No, you're not.
Really?
I'm going to keep it quiet.
You're going to say class win.
Yeah.
We're going for a class win. I like it.
We're going to be pushing. Yeah.
I like that, but with the imposter syndrome, that means you don't want to announce it loudly. But I can relate to that.
We'll say it quietly. We'll say it quietly, but yeah.
Oh, no, I mean, at the end of the day, people are going to enjoy that. And what I love is because we had interviewed on here earlier is Claire. There's going to be 2 girls on the grid.
Awesome.
Still not enough.
Well,
we need lots
no,
more.
but
and I know that you girls are championing trying to get more and more involved. She was making the key point that going like she's got so many of her friends, and you may have the same thing. Oh, I'd love to do that. She's like,
well, do it.
Yeah.
Go and do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it'd just be great to be able to do that. I mean, students that can make that leap, there's hopefully again for the future more and more of them.
We're always looking at, so obviously we try and do as much as we can for women in engineering and things like that, and then obviously part of the women's Welsh drivers.
British Women's Racing Driver Club.
And so we're trying to encourage that as much as possible. Absolutely. But I'm not the right sort of person to push that. So,
no, and I mean that's difficult other than giving you girls the platform to be able to say everything and get the story known and trying to encourage. That's about the best I can do. But it's just so good to see you out there, and especially after the knocks that you took last year. It's like, no, clean the shoulders, let's go again.
We our last race of the season, we were gifted, really massively gifted, with a Renault Clio Cup car, which we were thankful to do the grid walk with. The Hot Hatch had their own grid walk at the last season, and I know
because you escaped my interview.
I ran away. Sorry, I couldn't run this time. And I had two very, very young girls, bless them, with their mum come up to me going, "You're our favourite driver." And before a race meeting, I get very nervous, and I was so close to tears. It was just unbelievable. I was so cute, and I was like, wow. And
Yeah.
they were like, I could see them like waving on the bank to me. I was like, that was it. I was
wow,
gone. I was gone.
That is
But
amazing.
it's something like that, you know, little, you know.
Well, I used the example earlier. Ilse Cox, of course, the Queen of
Yeah.
Combe, and
Yeah.
she knew that she had that adulation from the entire spectator banks, and it's so. I mean, like I said, it's still a shame that we have to talk about it in this way.
It is, yeah.
That there shouldn't be any difference, and there isn't in my head, and I always feel that I'm treading a tightrope of what I'm supposed to say. I'm supposed to say it, and yet I'm like the most unchauvinistic person ever, and I feel that. But it's more for me. I'm like going, it doesn't make any difference, surely. But that's unfortunately not enough people think that way.
I mean, it can be an advantage because you wait as well. That's
There
always,
is that,
women
yeah.
Normally always
Yeah.
later, so
What
it's
are you
always
trying to
nice, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not squeezing into Formula 4.
No, that's true. Yeah,
All right,
yeah, yeah.
but
We're both in the same
it's,
boat.
it can be an advantage, and yeah, you're fantastic with that sort of pushing the women in motorsport, which is brilliant.
It's got
just need more. Yeah, it needs more of it.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Just
Well,
need to shout louder.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and you know, I'm hoping that we can do a lot more of that as well. And it's great to see Hot Hats is going to see a couple, and
Yeah,
hopefully
really
open
good.
the gates to more. It's the same as Claire was saying, is that even like the track days, which of course the theory is that track days feeds into hot hatches and things like that. There's a perception that it's not a friendly enough environment, and it's like there's a few that might be that, but less and less now, and it's like get involved in those track days if you want to go and try it out, and then come and do the racing. And definitely without question, this paddock is not that way inclined. Everybody's so welcoming,
Yeah.
unless I find out different, which I'd be disappointed, but as far as I'm aware, it is. And it's, you know, we've got to encourage more.
Yeah. Combe is certainly a friendly paddock. I've been in a fair few paddocks racing, you know, on the spanners or mechanicking even. And yeah, Combe is definitely my favourite one. I like the vibe, like the people. Yeah, you guys are awesome.
I love the
You guys
sound of
are
that.
awesome.
I love the sound of that. Keep championing, Amelia, and keep going and get that class win this year. Best of luck. David, keep bringing those students. How do they get to find out more?
So they can contact the college, go via info@wiltshire.ac.uk, or literally just go on our website and all the information is there. So it's wiltshire.ac.uk.
Wiltshire.ac.uk.
Yeah.
How do you manage to get Wiltshire? I suppose it's because it's the AC.
Yeah, I'm guessing the council hasn't got it somehow.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah.
I was just happy to have that.
Yeah, absolutely. Wiltshire.ac.uk. Fabulous. Well, go and have a look, whether it's for you, whether it's for youngsters in your family, whatever. Go and find out, because it's a way that you can get involved in motor racing. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Thank you for coming along. I know that was kicking and screaming for you. I hope we made you feel relaxed enough. I'll throw back to circuit for now. I would imagine I'll still back with a few more. We're getting near to the end of it. We're into the final hour of track action on this 2023 Media Day. I'll see who else we can rustle up, and I'll be back a little bit later. Right, we're back again, and you can tell that I've been out in the sun, and it is sunny as you've just been seeing there. I'm back, and I've managed to accost one of our GT drivers that thought that he was done for the day. But he did get done for the day by me. He's been dragged over. It's Alan Hamilton. Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. Are you well?
Good.
Yeah.
How's the day been?
It's been lovely, apart from the bit of rain
It
earlier.
wasn't. Yeah, that's the problem for your car. It's open topped.
It's open topped. Everything comes in, particularly if there's any little bits off the track, etc. You see them all over your visor.
For those that maybe don't know off the top of their heads, that they'll remember, it's the blue Westfield.
Blue Westfield.
Yeah, but a Westfield on steroids, basically.
On steroids.
Yeah.
And we've gone back to aero. So,
yes, because that was an interesting one. I mean, it does have just incredible appendages all over it.
Indeed, yeah.
But yeah, I remember that one where you I guess the right phrase is you abandoned it for.
Yes, we did. We took it off as an experiment. We went out in the morning and testing, and we were doing the similar lap times each and every lap, and just noticing the amount of drag we were getting from it, because we were changing the angles, etc., to see what was going on. So in the afternoon, a bit of rush of blood to the head. We said, let's take them off and see what happens, just to see what the difference is. And lo and behold, we went faster.
Wow.
Which was like, what? But the thing with aero is that it does give you downforce, and it's great for the corners. But the drag, particularly on this fast circuit here, that what I was gaining in the corners, I was losing in the straights. So.
And in fairness, this is a guy that knows what he's talking about. How long have you been racing in the GTs for?
Oh, GTs. We go back to radicals and things.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
I've been racing the GTs for how many years? I could say 10 years, if not. It's probably more than 10 years, actually.
And we were just discussing that you finished third overall in the championship.
That's correct. Yes, that was about two years ago. 3 years ago.
Okay.
And I was.
Won your class.
I won the class. Last year was a bit of a disaster because of the engine blowing up and everything. And
that was a full grenade job. Wasn't
that was amazing. The car, the engine had just been rebuilt, and which was, you think, well, that will last me a couple of years.
Oh, really?
and
you were just saying to me earlier, as it went to the point that it was not a repair, rebuild, it was
gone. Yeah, block gone, head gone. Wow. It's right. Just start from scratch.
And you have. Because you've been out here today, you're ready to go.
Indeed, and it's pulling like a train as normal.
Really?
It is indeed, and it's like, that's good. It's just, obviously, this is not a test day, so you don't push it as hard. Yeah. It's about just shaking the car out to make sure that it's screwed together again, and obviously just being kind to the engine, because it is a new engine. It has been run for quite a number of hours on the dyno to run it in, to make and but it's you just. I've got another test days coming up, and we'll gradually get quicker with that and start stressing it even more.
When we talk about stressing it, I hear that you've been stressing the gear stick.
Yeah, the gear stick does take a little bit of abuse with my gear change.
Well, because you're explaining it is sequential, so it's
sequential.
It's not going through. It's just boom, 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 boom.
You want to go down, you just bang it, and with a sequential, you want to be firm.
Yes.
Because you don't want to miss a gear, you don't grind them. You want to bump and down it, and it's got an auto blip as well, so it'll blip the front when you go down, and then I think that's what was happening. It's so much forwards, backwards motion with a little bit of force. It started to go. Oh, I think I'm going to come apart.
Yeah, a bit of re-welding needed. Then.
Yes. I'll re-weld it and put some strengthening webs into it.
It's just, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just great to see that you're going to be back here. You're going to get that sorted. I'm trying to remember, was it before your engine went that I remember really enjoying that Tony Bennett had kind of scampered off.
Yeah.
And you were taking it steady, and we're going to hope there's not an issue. I don't remember the details. I just remember this happened, and then suddenly, I called it a second wind that you got, and you were just electric, and you caught him up, and you're having an amazing race between the two.
A lovely battle. Like, we had quite a few battles like that. Once I got the car sorted and got rid of some of the gremlins, and I remember with the race you're talking about, it was a case of just building confidence that we've got rid of those.
Actually, it was as well, wasn't it? Not just the car. You'd had an accident, and you were getting your own confidence back again. That was why it's even more impressive, because you sort of had that Days of Thunder moment where you came through the smoke and you went, "Woohoo! I'm back!"
Because we had to get the chassis rebuilt after that, and it was like,
was that a tower, wasn't it?
That was a tower, with with Tony.
Well, yeah. Oh, there we go. There we go. And you got your confidence back to then go and have another fight with Tony.
That's how it'll
brilliant.
go.
Yeah. But it was just to watch that suddenly bang, and it just like came alive, and it was like, wow, you got that back again. You could see it when it actually happened from the outside.
Yeah, you could just see the lap times
Oh, massively.
down. Yeah.
And that was just great to see, because I think you and I had what at the time was obviously a fairly private conversation that you kind of went, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
You really weren't sure whether it had lost it for you. Is that the best way to put it?
It is, yes. It was a big impact. That it was fast, and the impact, and plus to see the damage to the car, you think that, well, that's the damage the car has received.
Yeah,
I hurt my neck and things, which is it's really muscular, but that you think, oh, that's a big impact. I can feel that. As you sat in the car afterwards, you almost like take a second breath. I'm trying to realize what's just happened to you.
Yeah, yeah.
Because there's no runoff there.
No.
No. And when I hit Tony, it put me in the air. So the front of the car came up, so there's no braking. It was just boom, down and in. Just bang, whatever speed it was, which I can't recall. But it was.
It was just why it was lovely for me, because you're one of the nice guys, one of the good guys. I'm allowed to say that, you're not, but you are. You're one of the decent guys that I love, as well as it being just this unique, amazing car.
Yeah.
And seeing you play with it, you guys play with it. And yeah, genuinely, I remember that conversation. You were kind of like, we'll see. We're going to go out and I'm going to see whether I can get myself back in the zone again.
Indeed,
and you really weren't at the start, but you were never going to go quick at the beginning. You were taking it steady and then suddenly back. And that's it. You've been fine ever since.
Ever since, yeah.
Which is good.
It was a wonderful feeling, actually, because you get that little bit of, it's fear. It's
you
real
were
fear.
nervous.
Yeah,
You were
fear.
absolutely nervous.
And I was going, right. But then you start, actually, the car is behaving, it's doing what I want to do, then just go, click.
Yeah, it was just amazing. And therefore, you're starting, okay, like you say, a bit of welding with a gear stick, but everything else seems to be okay.
Everything else is brilliant. It was good to take it out there. Like it's been ripped apart, that car again.
Yeah,
obviously, in winter you want to make sure that everything's screwed together, renew a lot of bits and pieces, and taking it out there today, if you take it nice and slow, with the rain, obviously, and but that sort of builds you up. Take that's working. Just make a couple of changes to our braking system, etc., because we find that wasn't quite right. And it's just it's working. And then eventually, we actually got out on our slicks and went, this is working correctly. We love this now. Love it. Excitement comes back.
Because one of the things I know, again, I've spoken to you several times, that I really love about it is that it's always been an engineering experiment to some extent.
It's development, really, and just
learning. But you're now, although I think you've said this to me before, but you're kind of nearly at the experimenting largely over it's a car to now go and race and enjoy, or is there still things you plan to play around with?
No, I think we're at the limit of what we can do for that car. You can put a bigger engine into it, but then you're just chasing the faults back. Like, we're having problems with dealing with the power that we've got at present because the differentials just give up on us. It's differential a year. Here we go. You chuck another differential in it. We had LSD explode on us once, and that was on testing. And I said, really? I said that I've never seen that happen before. I took it to the chap who does our differentials. I looked at him. What did you do? You'd never seen an LSD just boom, just like grenade itself.
Incredible. I mean, I just love that because it's, everyone knows I love the racing and I love the racers. But I also, whilst I have no understanding of what you guys are doing, because I'm not an engineer or anything like that, I just love seeing the skills, the imagination, the ingenuity coming out.
Indeed,
and that's one of those cars that I said it to you before, haven't I? That it just epitomizes that for me. And
Indeed,
but I do like the fact that you think, now I'm just going to go and enjoy it. Now I'm going to go and race it.
Yeah.
We've tweaked it to where, I mean, it's always going to be little tweaks, I'm sure.
All the time. But even just changing the ratios of the suspension, etc. We've done that again, just for there.
And it sounds like it's going to be a super competitive. We got some interesting cars. We were just chatting to Louis, who looks after the championship. And if you were listening earlier when we were speaking to Kevin Bird, he was sort of saying that Doug Watson's got a new car. That's a 488 Ferrari he's got, which is quicker than the Ferrari he had before. Don't remember which one he had.
No.
And Keith Butcher, you might remember going out in that Audi R8. He's now got a Lamborghini. Oh, which one was it that he's got? Anyway, so GT3.
Yeah.
And it's great that we're going to see another one of those animals. I mean, and the eclectic mix that you end up racing against.
Lovely.
It's madness.
Actually, do you think we might be able to entice that lucky Kira back then?
I hope so. I mean, because of course he's got his own team, hasn't he now? Race Lab, and you see they've multi-card and running in different things.
Oh wow! Yeah.
So the problem we may have with him is that he's doing British GT, and GT Cup.
Right.
So it might be a struggle, but we'll see. But I mean, the beauty with the GT Championship here is that we get to sort of entice a few things. They go, oh, I'm free, I can go and race.
Down and race, yeah.
Yeah, which is really nice. But what I also love is that you're one of the mainstays. You're still out there. I tell you what I did see, and I'm interested to see where he's going to go. I'm sure I saw that even Tony's talking about racing again.
Yeah. Last conversation I had with Tony said definitely not. He advertised one of his cars for sale. He never lets on. He's had 2 cars.
Even I didn't know that.
I'm going to sell this one.
Yeah. But I did see, because obviously his focus has been his lad of late, hasn't it?
Who's really well.
And watch him this year. John Bennett, he's in one of the Carlins this year in GB3.
He should do well. That's an amazing team to get into.
Oh, absolutely. He did really well when it was sort of not one of, again, you've got the like the Mercedes and the Red Bulls of that genre. And he's now in one of those.
He's now in there.
It'd be interesting to see what he's going to do this year. But yeah, the fact that Tony's now kind of like got into that stage, he's gone, right, he's now ready to let go to do his own thing. And you can't take the racer out of him.
You can't. He pulls away and goes, yeah, all right, I'll come back for another.
You'd be the same. You'd be the same. We just said we can't remember how many years you've been doing it. It's there. Listen, thank you so much for jumping on Combe TV. We look forward to seeing you back out in that monster of a Westfield, and best of luck for the season.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure speaking with you.
No,
excellent.
Fabulous.
Cheers, man.
Thank you very much. So there you go, Alan Hamilton. I think we're pretty close. I'm going to put you back to the circuit cam, but I'll be coming back on to wrap up fairly soon. I think I'm going to find out where we are. I'll see you back in a moment. Right. That does look. I'm going to move front and centre for a second. Thank you very much for everybody who's joined us. I know it's sort of ebbed and flowed as we've had guests on, and I know it's been a very different show where you might have been left on the camp corner camera that we just sort of gave you something to look at and listen to of the cars out. It wasn't designed to be a stream, so it wasn't showing the whole circuit. But it meant whilst I was corralling other people to come and speak to us, we managed to speak to a whole host of things, drivers, in different roles in the racing club or the circuit, etc. If you haven't seen certain interviews, get yourself through, which reminds me that I really should be changing. It's no longer Alan Hamilton. It's me that's on here now. So we'll just put that. All sorts of interviews. Scroll back. Remember, it's on the Castle Combe Circuit and Castle Combe Racing Club Facebook pages. Castle Combe Circuit's YouTube channel. It's also on Chris Dawes Media's Facebook, YouTube. It's on my LinkedIn, and it actually went out on Twitter. I'm interested to see how that goes because that was a new thing for this. But scroll back, catch up with all the other interviews. I'm sure some of those other people will be able to share when they know where their bit was. But so many characters. It really was that starter pistol for the year. I cannot wait after seeing everybody back here, listening to, watching the cars, hearing the stories about what they've done on them over the winter, what they're aiming to do this year. It's that heady mix yet again of what is this year going to bring. It's only one way to find out. Get yourself down here, Easter Monday. For that one, I got it slightly easier because Marcus Pye's in the main one for that one. I'm over at Old Paddock for that particular race meeting. Suffice to say, though, the racing's going to be amazing. I'll see you back here, Easter Monday. 8:30 qualifying starts. I haven't even seen what time the race is, but get yourself down here and hopefully I'll get a chance to catch up with as many of you as possible. Thank you for those that added comments or questions. Watch this space for more Combe TVs because I think it's the starter pistol for Combe TV. Just waiting for Castle Combe to confirm what they want to do, and as soon as they do, hopefully you'll see announcements that we'll be doing more of those again as well. But from me, Chris Dawes here at sunny Castle Combe Circuit. Thanks for joining us, just to prove it is a beautiful sunshine here at Castle Combe Circuit. Thanks for your company, and I'll see you all very soon. I'm going to play you out with, what shall I play you out with? I'm going to go with...
Becoming a racing driver has never been easier with Castle Combe Circuit. Book your ARDS novice drivers training course at the Wiltshire venue today. The easiest and quickest way into competitive on-track action.
Welcome to Castle Combe. My name's Alan Cooper. I'm the Chief Driving Racing Instructor here at this circuit. We're here today to do the novice driver training course, often known as the ARDS course, which is the first way to start off and get your racing driving licence. So, no further ado, let's get on and show you what's involved.
So you've seen the format. Everyone here today passed their tests and now have their racing licence. Who knows? The next time I see them could be as I commentate on them in front of the usual packed house of racing fans here at Castle Combe Circuit. All you need to do to be next is to visit castlecombecircuit.co.uk and select Become a Racing Driver under the Racing tab. Becoming a racing driver is easier than you think with Castle Combe Circuit and Motorsport UK.